enough confidence in the things that I know. I have enough wisdom to see the logic will be shown. I got one chance to show you what I got. I got one chance to show I'm confident or not. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, and the fools are running away. It's not what you say, it's only what you can prove. You better watch your step, you better mind your P's and Q's. You got one chance, show me what you got. You got one chance, show you confident or not. Don't get caught in the matrix of all of these fakers. Society's spinning, and I'm just here living on the ground. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, logically thinking, and the fools are running away. You're flipping over backwards to show me where you think you are. Your model dictates that you never see too far. Shrinking in the distance, you can do fuck all with an angle, and the fools are running away.
And we are live. Welcome everybody. It is Friday, free for all Friday. So as usual, topics up for anybody for this week. Again, Friday. What's going on, everyone? You'll say. I think it's been a mad week again. Crazy times. And I'd say the globe.
Good afternoon.
Continue. Hey, Rob.
If it's free for all, I did post a clip of some stupidity in the agents chat.
Yeah.
I don't know if any of you watched it.
Yeah, we did.
You want to go over it, Rob?
I just wanted to say, I do know what reality is, and I don't deny reality. We tend to work with reality here.
We might have to play it and discuss it, Bev.
Yeah. Just a minute.
We should probably play the clip first.
Yeah. I'd like to get Rob's take on whether the well, you'll hear it in a minute.
Yeah. Let me just. Can we play it like this?
And they listen to people who are on the.
There we go. Yeah. Can you hear that?
And they listen to people who are on the level 3 because they're level 2.
No.
The ordinary person's level 1. David and Josh are level 2.
All right.
And they listen to people who are on the level.
Right. There you go. Oy vey, YouTube. You guys in Discord can hear that now as well. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
The 3, because they're level 2. The ordinary person's level 1. David and Josh are level 2. Then there's level 3, which is like soundly in rhetoric. And level 2 people listen to them. And then you have level 4, which are the people over on Bevs. So you have all these people who won't just accept reality. And that's what's going on. And that's how I view it. And I think if you're at level 2, you'll either escape from all levels and just accept it, or you'll end up going down to level 3. Or
Okay. Going down to level 3.
It was really.
Oh, so it is
choppy for me.
down.
I don't know if that is a connection or not. Did you guys hear it? Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
Where was level 4?
It was just glitchy for me. I think I got a bad connection.
Yeah.
All right, come back, Rob. Yeah, so level 4 is did the YouTube folks hear it? All right.
Yeah. What did you guys? Did you hear it? That was a clip recorded from earlier today, I presume. To wait for Rob to come back. He was the one that sent it to us. To talk about it. Yeah, I couldn't work it out whether it was level 2, level 4, level 1. Where the levels at? What are they at?
These are the flat Earth deniers in levels, and we are the worst.
Oh, we're even.
We are the worst. Okay.
We're even worse than Red's rhetoric.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hey, paper.
Wow, they're really having a go at us then, aren't they?
So
I mean,
we're not the highest level. We're the lowest level.
We're the
like
most
underground.
hated flat Earth deniers. Even
level
more
4.
than the Globers. Like, what could be worse? What could possibly be worse than a blue marble scientist to the flat Earth community? Somebody who talks about reality. Like, terrible.
Well, he did say, was it level 0 or level 1 was normal people, quote normal people.
Oh well, where are you gonna put the flat Earth debate superheroes? They'd have to be like less than 0, wouldn't they?
Yeah, that would follow, right?
Yeah, because they're fully on board with the flat Earth.
Yeah, we might have to listen to that again.
Yeah. Do you want to should I go over it again?
Yeah, let's go over it again
a little bit. We'll give it a little bit more of a lead up to it as well this time.
say that's wrong, but I think he's been in communication with people who already have a bias. I put it this way, I think there's 4 levels of flat scale. There's the ordinary person who won't even address it. They just smirk as if it's not even a thing. There's the people like David and Josh who are gone past that point, who look into things like conspiracies and think flat earth is a conspiracy when it's not. And they listen to people who are on the level 3, because they're level 2. The ordinary person's level 1. David and Josh are level 2. Then there's level 3, which is like soundly in rhetoric. And level 2 people listen to them. And then you have level 4, which are the people over on Bevs. So you have all these people.
Oh, I get it now. Right, so Soundly and all of those people listen to us in order for their debunking of the flat Earth, right? I think. Is that what he's saying?
I don't know. Rob, are you back? I'd like to hear what Rob thinks.
Level 2 listen to level 3. That's where they get their information from. So level 3 must listen to level 4 to get their information to pass down to the level 2s.
So we have to go through that. So we got normies level 1. So they must be level 0. They're like based.
Super based. Yeah.
Super based.
Ultra based.
Yeah.
Must be a strict order here.
Definitely there's a strict order here, yeah. So level 1 is the normies. And then you got level 2, if I heard right, is David and Josh. Is that the
yeah, these new
guys?
guys. Yeah. This
Yeah,
is
the guys
according to
from the
Brian.
debate.
Brian's logic.
Okay. And then level 3, the level 2 guys listen to the level 3 guys, Soundly and Red's Rhetoric and those types. And then you got level 4, but you didn't really tie level 4 to level 3 necessarily. So I'm not
he
sure what
just-
to
he
make of
just
that. Where
put
we come in.
us- Yeah. Put
Yeah,
us higher
maybe
than
we're our own
Red's
thing.
rhetoric.
We could be our own level.
On undulating level.
No, he definitely said level 4. He gave us
Yeah.
a level of our own.
Yeah, Askin's going. He wants to be level 5. Askin, you can't be level 5. No, you're in with us. Don't try to get out of it where we are.
Well, I don't know. I mean, like, he's level 4 just by saying, look, guys, it's definitely not flat. Look. Like, what would level 5 be? I don't know how you get to level 5.
I don't know. Is there even a level 5?
Is there a way to get to level 5? I want to know.
I know it.
Brian, if you're out there, let us know. Could we possibly help ourselves in any way to get to level 5? Because, I mean, if that's a sequence, then can't we have somebody to get our information from?
Yeah, I don't know how that would work. The levels seem a little strange to me because you got the normies on the top. Well, maybe it's
Super
the
flat
super
earth
base
knowers, right? The
flat
Gnostic.
earth knowers, the people who the real truthers, the flat based real truthers are level 0.
Is
Then
that
you got
Gnostic?
normies.
The knowing.
I don't know.
Because
Gnostic is
no, Gnostic is not knowing.
Hidden
Yeah.
knowledge.
Yeah, no, agnostic is not knowing.
Not knowing.
Yeah,
Yes.
so Gnostic, it must be the knowing, right?
The Gnostics.
Yeah, the Gnostic flat earth
Hey, do you remember? Do you remember those from like catechisms or any of that? What were the Gnostics about? I can't remember.
They were just ancient heresies are based on Gnosticism.
Oh,
so
maybe that may fit us actually. Heresies. That could fit us.
Would that would put us as the Gnostic? No, the flat Earth Gnostic, right? On this scale.
Yeah. I don't know. Is Rob back yet? I have to understand this more.
I don't know. I can't get the context. Why they would? Why even add us in there? It just doesn't make any sense. But I mean, hey, flat Earth debate, isn't it?
Really strange.
It's simple why they added us in there. What's the name of his show? Flat Earth Debate. What do we say? The Earth is not flat. There you go.
Yeah, but do you think you heard that, right, Essie? You heard that clip?
Yeah.
So did you think did you take it as we are as far away from the flat Earth debate based truth flat guys as is possible? Like they're level 0 and we're level 4, or are they like level 8 and we're level 4? This is where I'm confused.
Well, yeah. I think we're the level 4. We're the furthest away, I would
Furthest
imagine.
away from them. Okay. All right.
Yeah, even further than Red's rhetoric, right? They put rumpus in between us and them.
Yeah.
That's telling right there.
It's quite a compliment. Wow.
Soundly and
Reds.
Soundly and Reds in between.
They'd have to. I mean, where's Blue fit into that? I mean,
I would say that we are in different position because people like Red's rhetoric are infidel, but so generally they are off. But we are like schismatics, so something like that. So I don't know. So, different story.
Yeah, I don't know. I hope Rob comes back.
he's in, but he's on mute.
Yeah.
I don't know. Hopefully,
I
yeah.
didn't watch
Had to
any
get
of
his
the
take.
other stuff, so I don't know. Like, I honestly can't imagine why Brian added us into that. It can't make any sense at all.
By
Did
the way,
anybody in the
where did you get that?
Rob
So,
sent it us.
Rob
Oh,
sent us a
okay.
clip. Yeah.
On live chat?
Did anybody in the
agents?
Yeah, agents. Did anybody in the YouTube hear that? Was that on today's show, Nathan's show today? Anybody in the YouTube chat? No.
Yeah, I would imagine that it was today. Let's have a look.
Askin says, does level 4 come with a laser engraved souvenir? I don't know. I doubt it. That sounds cool, Askin. So I don't think so.
108 streamed 6 hours ago. Yeah.
Yeah. So that was today.
Yeah.
Anybody else know the context of it? What do y'all think in the?
Well, I know
live
that
chat?
they were going over that debate, the one that we went over, the so-called debate. They went over that, so it's in relation to that particular things. But I say, I don't know why Brian added us into it, unless he's just got us on his mind. You say you can come and have a chat anytime. Anyone can come. It is Free for All Friday, after all. Get my screen back on.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to figure this out eventually.
Well,
does anybody else have anything?
I think they're just obsessed with us and have to mention us in everything. I think the narrative at the minute is set by these guys, and the narrative is to just get everybody to ignore us. I think. And that way, Brian gets a chance to tell everybody that we're separate.
Well, if that's the plan, it ain't working. All kinds of people are asking me about this, almost on a daily basis.
Oh, so we are not schismatics. We are separatists. Okay.
Yeah. Separatists. Yeah.
Secessionists.
That might be a better word, Essie.
We fight against the queen. We are secessionists. Or king now. Sorry, it's a king.
Has anybody got anything else? Because, I mean, it seems a bit...
It's Friday, guys.
Yeah, it's a bit stale, that, isn't it? A bit of old shit. Pretty sure we've heard all of that sort of stuff before. Other people bitching about stuff. Until Rob comes back, we'll never know. Interesting times. Has anybody managed to get anybody on the horizontal issue, or is that just going to go quiet for a bit? And we're going to pretend that nobody mentioned anything about it.
I was talking about it yesterday. The boys over on Geos. It's still out there. Horizontal, level. They seem to have an issue with flat, though. that seems to be a little bit of a misunderstanding lately.
Just that one word.
That one word. Flat. Yep.
Is that what the problem they have with us, that we don't use that word within argumentation?
No, the problem they have with us is they think we're flat earthers and we're being coy about not saying we're flat earthers. That's their beef, from what I understand it. We should be saying that we're flat earthers. How dare us?
How dare we not be flat earthers? Their flat earthers are upset that we aren't flat earthers.
That we are not calling ourselves flat earthers and we're saying the earth is not flat. That really upsets them, that statement there. The earth is not flat, which is a true statement, of course. But that really, really triggers the flat earthers. Big time.
Yeah, I'm sorry, flat earthers, if that does upset you, but I mean, we've always gone with this approach where no matter how upsetting the truth is, you just have to say it. So, yeah. Sorry, but
I was telling
it's not
them
flat.
I was trying to give because they were telling me why does it? I go, look, if you're a Republican, would you call yourself a Democrat? If your team was Liverpool, would you say you're a Leeds fan? I mean, for crying out loud, man. Can't you pick another fight? The earth is not flat. Get over it. It's a correct statement. Get over it.
Yeah.
But I will add,
Here we go.
You could describe the horizon as flat if it's over water. It's not actually flat, but you could, from a distance, describe
you could call it horizontal. No, you could say it's horizontal. Well, I don't think you'd say it's flat.
You'd have to get there and observe it, wouldn't you, to be able to say it's flat? Like, isn't that an observational type of thing?
Yes, I do agree. But from like afar, when you look at it as a description of how it looks, it appears flat. Even though if you got right up to it, it's got undulations. So it's not flat.
So Rob, let's go back to the that clip that you sent. Did you get the context of that, or how were they linking us to those levels?
Oh no, I think they were just looking for a way to put us at the maximum hatred.
Okay, that was
they were
almost a throwaway kind of thing.
Yeah, they were just discussing the debate that happened last week or whatever. It's kind of the big thing in the community right now. But yeah, it's just, I had to clip it because it sounded really strange that we are the worst and denying reality or something. But that's completely opposite of what we do here.
Well, that's interesting because if they were talking about the debate thing, and I know QE had a thing, I didn't listen to it, but I know he did a stream about it, and a lot of other people have as well. It's interesting because I think some people in our YouTube chat might have been a little salty because Bev and I were absolutely defending Nathan. He got shit on by not the two ballers, which you would expect, but by all three, including the flat Earth guy we called Right Said Fred.
He's not though, because he's on the same team. Like you.
Yeah,
Listen
right.
to Nathan. Nathan.
Yeah, exactly.
It's made Nathan closer to him because we said that. It's that you're like anything we used to say. Team Blue Marble Science used to jump on it. You know, as though it was something that they used to get on, but now Nathan seems to have done the same thing. It's all right.
Yeah.
Nathan probably didn't hear it. I can't even imagine
sure
why
not.
Nathan would bother watching us. You know, he's got his own thing to do.
Yeah, but I'm saying that people in the chat when we were doing that, there were a couple of people that were saying, I think they were a little bit salty that we were suddenly, seemingly defending Nathan, that he was saying that he was set up. But that's all fine. I mean, if we need to be the furthest away from the based flat Earth guys, it's fine.
Well, I mean, I think he's right. You've got the flat Earth, and then you've got the globe Earth that are obsessed with the flat Earth, and the flat Earth that keep the globe Earth going round and round and round. Then we're on the other side of that, like the epoche. Right? It's a load of bullshit. That's their game, right? I think that's what they're doing at the minute. They're purposely trying to get us out. They don't want us in it. And that's fine, but what Brian's doing here and all of this bullshit, poisoning the well, name calling and all of that sort of stuff. Well, I mean, I don't think it's needed. They just don't talk about us, right? We do something different. They've got their thing going with their guys. The Blue Marble Scientists and the Flat Earthers can rub shoulders. They have been doing for years. I think they're just upset that we've come in the middle and said, well, it's not that and it's not that. You've got two not that's. And we just deal with the that. We like this is, level is horizontal. Here's the proof. Pi is like this because this, and here's perpendiculars. This is the geometric understanding that everybody has. They don't want that, obviously.
Yeah, there's also a misconception that we have something against flat earthers. I'm sure I can speak for all of us here that we don't have anything against flat earthers per se. It's just the term.
Let me in here every day.
Sorry, Rob?
I was agreeing with you. You guys let me in here every day.
Yeah.
We love having
I got
you
friends. I got friends that are flat earthers. I spend time on servers that are full of flat earthers. I got nothing against them. Absolutely nothing.
I'm the same. I'm pretty sure everyone here is. It's about the conversation. It's not about what your personal whatever, right? Whatever label you want to hold. Irrelevant.
Yeah. I reserve the right not to call myself a flat earther. Now, that should not offend anybody. Like, if you're a Democrat, are you going to call yourself a Republican? No. Right?
Yeah, I'm fine talking to anyone. I've been, always have been.
Yeah,
some people get upset at me for doing that. I don't know why you're doing that, Bev. I don't know. It doesn't matter.
I just wanted to say thank you to Godzilla again. Obviously, always very generous. Put some memberships out there in a super chat.
Thank you, God.
Gord says, you can call me a flat earther. It won't take away from the fact I know it's not a globe.
Yeah.
Well done, Gords.
We all know that. Well, I mean, I like again. I like to say, what is a globe? Because it's not a sphere, right? A sphere is a sphere. The law of identity. It's called something different. It's called a globe, and the globe is whatever anybody wants to imagine it is. It's so nondescript. It's like flat. It doesn't actually mean anything, and you give it its value, right, to whatever you want to call it. So there are people that do imagine it is a globe, but it's what they imagine that globe to be. Right? They imagine horizontals are straight lines, because if they do, then some people say that they're not imagining it's a globe, but they are. They just have horizontal straight lines on it. That's the conversation that needs to be had.
Oh yeah, which reminds me, speaking with somebody yesterday, that's the impression they have, especially of you. Oh, Bev says, or you guys think level is horizontal, so therefore the earth must be flat. Why are you saying it isn't? Type thing. Like what? That's what they think.
Yeah, it's
Really?
because a load of people have developed that into meaning something that it doesn't.
They're all stuck on Big E.
Yep, you got it, Rob. Exactly.
Yep.
And we have talked about here. Does anybody, since it's Free for All Friday, I may as well chime in myself. What are the let's say the level 3 folks, the Reds rhetoric, the ones that are in the know about they're the what would you call them, Bev? I guess the globe trainers, the globe
Anti-flat earthers.
Paralogism pushes.
developers. Yeah, what do they call the thing they think they live on? Because it's not sphere, right? It's something else.
Yeah.
Because they know it's not a sphere, right?
Yeah,
What do they call it?
They have oblate spheroid.
Oblate. That's an
Yeah.
interesting name. That's an interesting thing.
Very.
I've heard. I've heard NDT talk about it, right? Oblate.
Yes.
What does he say? He says it's a little fatter,
A
in the
little
middle,
chubbier.
little chubbier.
Yeah.
Yeah. I always love that. I think
Yeah.
I thought that was all funny when he says that. He's a little bit. Well, I'm a little bit chubby, but he's also a little bit chubby.
Well, sir, I'll see your oblate spheroid, and I will raise you a geoid.
A geoid. Yeah, that's another one. But oblate, if anybody's interested in words, because we're always interested in words here, very interested sometimes. But if you wanted to go out and look at oblate and take a look at the definitions of oblate, one of the definitions is definitely flattened on the ends, from 1705 medieval Latin oblatus. Did I say that right, paper?
Yes, oblatus. Yes.
Oblatus, okay. And it's lengthened, broad, wide, extensive, large. It's chubby, kind of. So okay, so there you go. But here's another definition of oblate. Same spelling, exact same spelling. You ready for this, guys? Oblate, person devoted to religious work, especially child dedication by his or her parents to monastic life, and raised and trained in a monastery and held in monastic discipline. From the
Wow.
Latin oblatus.
You know who came to my mind? Oh, sorry, I thought you were finished, Kevin.
No. I just wanted to point out, same Latin word, by the way.
Yeah.
Same Latin word. Yeah, go ahead, Essie.
When you said monastery, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Who is that dude again? Sir, the guy that ruined Euclid. He was brought up in a monastery. His grandmother gave him.
Oh.
Oh, come on.
What's
his name?
Bernard Bear. Oh, come on.
Oh, it's usually
Rumpus.
at the tip of.
You're not talking about Russell,
Bertrand
are you?
Russell.
Oh, okay, all right.
The dude.
Yes.
That's the dude. Yep.
Russell. Yeah.
The destroyer of Euclid reality. Yep.
Yeah. But it's interesting that oblate is also carries a religious connotation.
Yeah.
Isn't that interesting?
That's shocking. Yeah.
Well, and childhood as well, right? Because we have been talking
Yes.
about paracosms built in childhood that retain through to adulthood, right? Very.
Gourds is asking if it's pronounced the same. Yeah, I believe it's pronounced the same. It's from the same Latin, Gourds. So yeah, it's. Let me
But
just
this
make sure.
oblatus in church is official function. This is the official title. So,
Mhm.
so it's like function
Right.
or office. Or, I don't
Yep.
know how to spell that, but something like that. So you are dedicated to do something within order or just church or so. Like specialist in something and devoted and dedicated to do something.
But isn't that interesting that the term that certain people use to describe, as Rob put it, big E, which many of us here call a deity, because if it's big E, just like big G for God, for many people with faith in God, big G. You always use big G, don't you? When you write out God, if you're ever writing out God and you have a faith in God, it's always capital G, no
Yeah,
matter where you
if you
place it in the
if you're
sentence.
capitalizing the first one all the time,
Yes.
then you're making it its own thing, aren't you?
Yes.
You're naming it. You're giving a name to a thing, giving it a title.
Correct. In contracts, because that's something that I've done for a living. Essie's done contracts, right? We do things. There's things called definitions or terms that's used in a contract. Those are initial capped, and wherever they're used in the contract, they're initial capped, and that's how you know it's a defined term. That you have to go back to the beginning of the contract and find out what it means. So yeah, anytime that you use a big capital letter, if it's not the start of a sentence, it means it's either personhood, right? A person's name, right? So if I'm typing out Bev, I'm going to use a capital B. If you type out God in the middle of a sentence, you're going to use a capital G. If you type out a capital E, apparently anywhere in the sentence, for some people, capital E. Why? It's not a person. Anybody? Anybody got a thought?
Yeah, the religifying it. I've heard Betty do
The
that
deity.
over at
Yeah.
Yeah.
Blue
This
Marbles.
is, I would say that this is religious materialism. How? Because in, for example, in communism, materialism was opposed to religion. So we are not religious people. We throw out religion. Now we are atheists and materialists because there is no spiritual world, only material world, and yes, that would mean that we are materialists. But now it seems that they are religifying this materialism into new religion.
Seems that way. Well, Blue just popped. It must have just popped into the YouTube chat because I don't think he heard the whole thing. Blue says, so you think an oblate spheroid is an ellipsoid with a religious belief? How very strange. No, Blue. We're just saying
Did it
words,
mention
right?
ellipsoid?
No, not at all. Oh, here, let me go. Let me do it again.
Yeah.
Let me
See if you mention ellipsoid.
So oblate. There's an adjective for oblate, which we know. Neil deGrasse Tyson told us it's chubby. This one says flattened on the ends, quote unquote, flattened, lengthened, broad, wide, extensive, large. I mean, you whatever words you want to. NDT said chubby, but then there's another uh, definition for oblate. Same spelling, same pronunciation. Person devoted to religious work, especially child dedicated to his or her parents to monastic life and raised and trained in a monastery and held in monastic discipline.
Can I just go over that first bit again? Does it say relating to a sphere?
No,
or
not
any
in
3D shape or anything like that at
no,
all?
nope. And I am
No.
on etymology. Sorry, it is etymonline.com.
Yeah.
So it's an etymology site. So the origination of words.
So when
with their
Blue
definition.
Marble just said ellipsoid, right? It doesn't say anything relating
not
to
say
that.
anything
He's
about it.
added that himself. Yeah.
Well, Blue may
Yeah,
he
yeah.
may very well and may have come from Blue. He may have originated it. I don't know.
No, I'm saying that when Blue said that about the ellipsoid, right? He added that. That wasn't in what
Yes.
you were talking about at all. That was
Not
Blue
this-
Marble that added that.
Correct. Not in this
Yeah.
definition. But I mean, to be fair to Blue, right? I mean, we've heard many, many, many people say, well, that's not the modern definition. The modern definition is blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Right. So it could be that we're a bit behind the times. I think many people would say we're a bit behind the times. I'd say we're kind of based. Is
Yeah.
what I'd say, but that's just me.
Well, I mean, it's up for anybody else to, like if you want to define it and then come and let us know how you define it. That's fine.
Yeah. But we just found it interesting that it had a religious connotation. Blue is all we're saying.
Yeah.
And then you combine that with, how certain groups of people write out the word EARTH, and it's almost always capitalized, even when it's not at the beginning of a sentence, which is strange.
Entirely capitalized. Sometimes, some people.
Sometimes entirely capitalized. Yeah. Sometimes with exclamation points on it.
Well, I mean,
afterwards.
isn't it strange that Blue Marble in his want to come over and tell us about it, he like he sphericized it even more. Like he locked it in. He felt the ellipsoid was being talked about, but it wasn't. That's not what we were saying.
Not at all. But we were discussing the religious connotation of the word oblate.
Yeah.
Which maybe that's what set him off. It could have set off Betty, because we know Betty's the official shall we say spiritual advisor. Is he spiritual advisor?
I think he's the
Blue Marble
religifier, right?
Yeah.
If that set him off, this is really gonna get him mad.
Go on.
What do you think oblation means?
Yeah.
Oblation. Oh. Interesting. Go on.
A thing dedicated to a god or gods.
Yeah.
Ooh. Ouch.
Ay.
Ow.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Here it is in.
Would that be the god of the spheroid then?
I don't even think they get it. Though. I don't even think they would understand what you just said.
The big E, Rob. The big E.
The big E. Yeah. So here's a.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, there's people that aren't going to understand what you just said.
I know. I'm just messing around.
Here's the definition from the same site I was on. You're right, Essie. It says circa 1400, so it's actually even before some of the others. I wonder if that's the origination, because the others in here say 1700s. There's Latin involved, but yeah, oblation is circa 1400. An offering to a deity, a public ceremony of offering sacrifice, that which is sacrificed or solemnly offered to God, capital G.
Oh. Now
Wow.
there's the sin right there.
From Old French, you might have to help me with this one, Essie. Oblation, OBLACION.
Oblation, basically.
Yeah. Old French.
Yep.
Offering, pious donation. Pious, that's an interesting word.
Amazing, huh?
Yeah.
We're on one. Oh no! Don't tell me it's gonna be one of these.
Are we
I
down
can
a
feel
rabbit
it.
hole?
Yeah.
Could be.
Religifying the globe. They should love this. Get Betty in here. Get Blue. While you're on it, get Betty to do a thing about the oblations to your spheroid god, the monad.
I have the oblations by Big E.
Seems we may have triggered the Blue Marble scientists.
We should make a play, a skit, People waving their arms around.
Blue says, so you think and oblate spheroid is a spheroid, all capital letters, I don't know why it's all capped there. With
Spheroid.
some religious connotation. You don't understand simple geometric definitions. Got it.
It's a geometric definition, is it?
Oblate spheroid is a geometric definition?
What, the oblate bit?
Yeah, I
It
know the
sounds like
spheroid
it's a
bit would be.
religious sort of thing. Yeah, yeah.
Sure shit does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Sounds like he hasn't been listening.
I was just gonna say that, Rob. Yeah.
Yeah.
Petey chimes in though. Petey chimes in right after about the Big E. I think maybe he was triggered with the Big E comment because he says proper noun, person, place, or thing. Earth, where we live, is a proper noun. Capitalize it. Capitalize it being its own sentence, like a demand.
Oh, right. Well, I mean, like, that's what you do, isn't it? If you're playing homage to your gods, right?
God.
You tell other people
Definitely
that they better fucking put that big fucking E there or else.
With a capital.
Yeah.
Thou shalt. You missed Petey. You should. You may want to rewrite that.
Yeah,
Just
thou
put
shalt.
Thou shalt in front of capitalize, and then you got it.
Why don't they just capitalize every letter of Earth then?
Well, some of them do.
Yeah, some
I've
of them
seen
do.
Blue doing it. I've seen a lot of people doing it. Like the shouting sort of thing. Like they're getting angry.
Thou shalt capitalize. Can we get some stone tablets?
Thou shalt, Big E. There you go. There's
How about flat? Does that get a capital?
that's a
Or no?
t-shirt. That. What do you reckon we
Good-
get him to
good
buy
on-
that?
Good on Petey. He says or else. LOL. All right, fair enough, Petey. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Don't confuse Germans. They capitalize every noun in sentence.
Thou shalt, Big E.
It's amazing, isn't it? Do you think? Well, I don't know. Let's ask our resident flat earthers. Rob, do you capitalize flat Earth? Is it capital
No.
F, capital E?
No, maybe by accident, but
Okay, but not purposely.
maybe if I was using it as a title.
Okay. Oh yeah, well, yeah, absolutely. I've been known to overdo the capital letters in titles of documents I write for sure.
Yeah.
I get it.
You think they capitalized it, Kevin Obama's speech?
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, that would be.
Can we
That's
get a
rabbit
copy
hole.
of that?
Yeah, we can go
Oh,
totally
man.
find a transcript. We absolutely
Yeah.
can.
I'd like to see that.
I would too. That's. I bet it is. I bet it's capitalized. I bet it's capitalized. Yeah.
The big F.
Yeah, I don't know whether you capitalize the F, would you? Maybe
That's the
you
question.
might do. Yeah, yeah. I think
Yeah,
you
I
might.
think you might do.
I think these guys might do. Yeah, yeah.
Can. If any of the based flat Earth guys with the capes, the superheroes, if any of them are listening, how do you guys? You guys do it? Capital F, capital E. Chime in for us if any of you are listening.
I bet you somebody's Googling it right now.
I mean, as I've said, words are very important to us. So we want to make sure that we understand how people are utilizing these words and punctuating and capitalizing and that sort of thing. But it is interesting, isn't it? Capital E, capital G for God, capital E for Big E Earth, and you have your oblations to the oblate spheroid. It's fantastic.
Yeah, so
Buster, I hope you're listening. Give your
J-Ro's got a good
oblation
one
to
there.
Big E.
Oh, that might be a Buster song. Oh,
Yeah.
oh, I love it.
J-Ro's put in there, right? A globe is a hollow ball. And now that's something that I go along with.
Yeah.
That, to me, that's what a globe is. It's like, it's that little thing that's on the shelf. That's all a globe is. To me.
Just a shell.
Yeah, it's literally, it's just that thing that you look at. That you would, you know. It's got some pretty pictures on it. Sometimes blue, sometimes green. My one's black. Black where it should be blue. Or should it be blue? I mean, who knows? That's something anybody puts on it.
What did? Let's see. Flat Fact says, look at a picture of the globus cruciger. Cruciger? That I mentioned before, an orb with a cross religious symbol. Let's see and let's look that up.
Oh, that's
What is
the
it?
thingy. It's the one that the priests hold. It's like a ball with a little cross on it, isn't it?
Oh yeah. Oh, I always associate that with something that a monarch might hold in his or her hand,
Yeah.
kind of thing. The orb with the cross on the top of it. Yeah.
And that's called
Isn't that interesting?
a globe thing, is it?
Globus cruciger. Cruciger or cruciger? I'm not sure which. How to pronounce it exactly. Yeah. Interesting flat fact. Blue has come back. It says a prolate spheroid is the body of revolution formed when an ellipse with minor axis dimension A and minor axis dimension B is rotated about its major axis.
Sounds very highly religious, that. I mean, it sounds like
It
one of the
certainly
top order
does.
ones. 33 sort of.
Wait a minute, let me count the words. 1, 2, 3, 4. White complex blue.
Yeah, that's very good, that blue.
It is. Let me say that again for those of you that didn't get that. A prolate spheroid is the body of revolution formed when an ellipse with minor axis dimension A and major axis dimension B is rotated about its major axis.
Keep thinking of a prolapse, but it's not talking about a prolapse.
I don't understand expression body of revolution. What does it mean? Body of revolution.
I couldn't tell you. It's a blue marble science term. I don't know.
This is Gnosticism.
Yeah. That's right, blue, isn't it? Yeah, it is. But I think Betty's been doing some private things over there.
He may have been doing some training.
It's prostrate. What's that? Is that like that's something religious, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. You lay prostrate.
Yeah. Isn't that what he said? Something similar to
that. Prolate.
Oh, it's close, isn't it?
Blue's gonna make us look this stuff up. All right. Well, fair enough, Blue. Prolate. Let's see. No, not in. At least not etymology, anyway. No prolate.
Not even. It's not even made it into the etymology.
No, not yet. Add that in there, Blue. Yeah. Go to etymology, online etymology dictionary. You may want to add that word. Prolate is not there. Probate is there. Probate. To prove. Oh, to prove. Probate.
Really?
Yeah. A general sense now obsolete from probate or from Latin probatus. Past participle of probari. To make good. That's in there. Probate is in there.
I have prolate spheroid in dictionary, in Polish English dictionary. It is something like that.
Is it?
This is ellipsoid revolutionary and at the same time it should be oblate also. So it is oblate and revolutionary.
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 Yes,
Wow.
which makes revolutions. I
you
can.
sure?
Yeah, are you sure that's the way
I
it's used?
I am trying to retranslate from Polish. Yes, making revolutions or terms, whatever.
I'm thinking it's revolutionary.
Yes, yes,
In
it's better word.
the other sense.
Is that mean now then the Blue's bringing in a new word? We best stop using oblate because it's got too many religious connotations.
connotations.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
prolate it in this translation from Polish would be prolonged, like prolongation, that it is more long in one direction than another. Something like that, I think.
Yeah. More long in one direction. Yeah, but so that's why they have to add in the spheroid part, right? Because without the spheroid there, wouldn't actually make any sense. Because it just seems to be like lengthening and straightening it, the edges and strange terms that don't seem to fit that unless you put it there.
Blue might be getting a little upset with us. I don't know, but he
How
says
can we?
he says you don't know what a body of revolution is. You guys are some real geometric geniuses! Exclamation point.
A spiritual body?
I don't know. A
Talking
body
about-
of revolution is geometric?
I've never heard of that. But I mean, these guys have a new geometric term book, don't they? The definitions that they keep to themselves.
Well, yeah, I was just gonna say I've never seen it, but yeah, they keep it to themselves. Do you have to join a club? Is that another 33 thing? Join a club, do your oblations to the big E God, the big E deity. You do your oblations 33 times, and then you get the definitions. Sorry, Rob, go ahead.
While prostrated.
While prostrated, yeah. Exactly. I don't know. I don't know that I would do that, but
J-Rose put in there that it looks like, according to that prolate and oblate are the opposite forms, but you have to fix it around an axis again. It's interesting. Did he say one was for about the... It is interesting that if Blue said prolate.
Yeah, he did. Prolate.
But that's the other way, isn't it? Oblate is wider or chubbier around the middle, or, you know, and prolate is the opposite, longer. Less chubby around the middle, more chubby around the vertical. But
how would you? So is this like? I suddenly pictured the Minions. You know the Minions from the cartoon. Yeah. Like you get the round, the fat ones, the round ones, the chubby ones. That's oblate, and then you got the tall guy. Is that prolate? Is that a way to think about it?
That's the way that J-Rose come across with it. But Blue seems to have had something to do with turning or whatever around the body.
Oh, so Frank Crowder has come in.
Oh, there you go.
And said, Google prolate spheroid. Maybe another demand. I don't know. There's no exclamation point after it. It is exactly as Blue says. I don't know. I didn't know that Blue needed a backup, but I'm glad that he got it.
So it's not like because we were talking about oblate and now Blue's talking about prolate, and isn't that on a different axis, lengthened about the different?
Yeah, so it means they are the same, but
They shift
Let's
the
say one is
axis.
oblate on horizontal and one is oblate on the vertical.
No.
Oh yeah,
No,
don't
we have.
use
You
those
can't.
terms.
You can't have
Patriots.
use that. You can't.
It's
No.
Friday. Don't use
Yeah.
those on Friday.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Blue does say, well, he I don't know, he's focusing on you, Bev, but he says you actually have to take math/geometry classes, Bev. Period. Obviously, none of you did. Did? Is that right? Is that proper English? Obviously, none of you have.
Well, I think
Probably
Blue's a lot older than most of us here, so I think
Yeah.
the classes that Blue's talking about that went over particular blue marble science geometry. I don't think many of the people, modern day people, actually saw any of that in schools.
Mm.
So I don't know what Blue's talking about when he says that sort of thing. I think it's a bit. I mean, he should give us the lesson rather than just saying that we didn't do
Come on
it. He
over.
could come, yeah.
Yeah. Put
Give
together
us
a
this
little bit of a
geometric
training.
lesson. Like, give us
You
a
should.
geometric lesson of the not that, because we know Euclid. We do know that quite well.
So he finishes by saying, and yes, prolate is opposite of oblate.
Okay. So that spinning that he kept going on about, the rotation thing, is that what he's talking about? His big E? Like, or did he just throw in something that had absolutely no relevance to the big E, which was what he was talking about and what we were talking about?
He does use big E here. His last sentence is, the big E Earth is an oblate spheroid.
Yes,
That's how
but
he ends it.
if this big E is revolving, it means that one time it is oblate and another time it is prolate.
When it's
Depending on
revolving,
posi-
it's prolate, but it is oblate, so therefore it can't be revolving, right? That's logically, is that what he's saying?
I don't know.
It's not moving. I see. Jump on that one, man.
But
Oh.
according to unspoken orientations, one time it is oblate and one time it is prolate. Sorry.
Depends on the gravitational potential in the area.
I think it depends on the mood of the blue marble scientist more than anything, really.
I think Blue is also showing his fondness for modern education, because he says, excellent. I told you the difference in oblate and prolate, and you're able to parrot it back to me, just like modern education does. Perfect. I think
Nice.
while Blue might be old school, I think he also likes the whole, what people do in typical education is parrot things back that they hear, because they can't think for themselves.
When we were talking
Good Blue.
about oblate and being like a religifying a model, Blue came back with prolate with a revolution about a body. Was he talking about his model, or the religifying of the big E when he said that? Because if he was, then he's got it wrong. Or was he just blatantly saying something contrary that has got nothing to do with the subject matter in order to inject something that's just contrary to what we were talking about? Just so Blue Marble could imagine that he said something intelligent.
Well, I think the latter probably, but I think it's related, because you're right. We weren't talking about the model. We were just talking about the happenstance of oblate and oblation being religious connotation. That's all.
Yeah.
But apparently Blue got triggered. Now, did he get triggered because we were attacking his deity? I don't know. And then it would
were
loop
we
back and be
attacking
part
his
of it.
deity, or were we just sort of helping him along to say, look, we understand. You have faith in a deity, then the oblation's fine. Like I understand it.
It makes sense, doesn't it?
Maybe he is oblate to spheroid.
He's definitely oblate
Devoted.
to this.
Yeah.
Definitely, most definitely. Childlike, because it was, remember, oblate is specifically related to child. Here, let me read that again.
Memories formed in childhood.
No, it was specifically to the child doing the oblate, the oblation. At least that's what it says in here. So hang on a second. Let me get this back. Oblate. Person devoted to religious work. I mean, that's one thing you cannot go against. Blue Marble Science is definitely devoted to his religious work.
He's definitely devoted, yes. He's
Yeah,
here
no doubt.
every night.
Absolutely. Especially child dedicated by his or her parents to monastic life. I don't know if blues live in the monastic life. It could be.
Well, don't forget about the paracosm that developed in childhood and took through. So the childlike figure that you're talking about could last within the paracosm all the way to adulthood, right? Maybe even all the way to the end, right? Could take that whole thing with him. It's not without possibility.
Right? Gord says universities, colleges are poison now. Most definitely. Most definitely.
You notice royalty are fascinated with spheres as well.
It's that globus. It's that
the
thing.
globus thing.
What?
Get a picture of that for the live chat.
Which way do you think it is? Chat? Do you reckon they're holding that because they religify the globe, or do you reckon the globe has been made to religify everybody without them knowing? Which way round do you reckon it is?
The latter, I think.
Yeah, good. They think that it's their divine power from God. That sphere thing, the Queen's sphere. What do they call it? The orb. The golden jeweled ball. Yeah.
Globus. What is it called? Cruciger. I gotta look up the pronunciation of that. It's gonna bother me.
It says here the orb is a significant part of the traditional coronation regalia. The golden jeweled ball, surmounted by a gem-encrusted cross, is designed as a symbol that the monarch's power is derived from God. Like the scepter, it was created in 1661.
The monad. And the cross is the crucifix, isn't it? It's the crucifix upon the monad.
Yep, right on top. Yep.
Yeah, lest anybody thought the cross meant something else. It doesn't in this connotation. Not at all. But it does definitely have something to do with the monad. If you don't know what that is, look up monad. MONAD.
Yeah, that's a good one.
It is what many of us believe the deity is. Be careful around the blue marble scientists, though. They might get upset. But hey, everybody's entitled to that. I mean, I am an American. I mean, our country was one of the reasons it was founded was religious freedom. So you worship whatever you want. Doesn't matter to me.
Just don't force it upon anybody.
I don't know why blue is stuck on the sphere thing. I mean, we were talking about oblate. We were talking about a sphere. I was just saying that it's interesting the word is used twice, but here blue, okay. Why don't you guys come up with your very own words to describe a squashed sphere or an elongated one? I need a good laugh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Preferably one without any religious connotations. Let's see if you could do that.
I didn't make up the words, Blue. I'm just looking them up and we're talking about them. You know the words interest us.
Free for all Friday.
Words and
Is
definitions.
it all beset in Blue Marble Science? The fact that
It might be.
we've linked the oblate to a religious sort of connotation or something. I don't know.
Well, the more we go down this rabbit hole with the whole globus cruciger,
Oh,
I'm starting to become convinced that it absolutely is.
I bet Blue
Religious
Marble's
thing.
jealous of her balls. Of her ball.
Were you gonna say something, Rob?
Kev,
Oh, I thought I'd heard Rob. Sorry, Yassi, go ahead.
I was gonna say, have you heard of the scepter represents the sovereign temporal power, is associated with God's governance, but temporal power is the emphasis here. Have you heard of that?
Temporal,
Yes,
yeah.
yes, because there are two swords or scepters. So one is spiritual and one is temporal. It belongs to, let's say, to material world. So king was carrying only one, not two, because as maybe you remember from gospel that there were two swords or scepters, and so to Saint Peter he has two, but lay power has only one of them. So this.
Okay, interesting.
So it means that king cannot have power over souls.
So he has earthly reign, whereas God has the other
both
territory.
both.
Oh, both. Yeah, both territories. Right.
But king has only one, not spiritual.
Got it. So that the scepter, the queen's scepter, represents temporal power. That's what that is. They rule the land, the earth. The things you learn, huh? Yep, all started with one word. What was it? Oblate?
Oblate. Yeah.
Yep.
But many times this lay power was about to overtake spiritual. It doesn't need to be king or like feudal government, any. So instead of king, you can have just government or power to rule. And I would say that now lay power is trying to overtake spiritual power over people by means of ideology and law also, but spiritual. Yes, they are trying to control what you think, what you believe. So that would be spiritual power.
And what do you think the symbol? It just came to me this. Oh man, what do you think the symbol now is of this orb, which represents power? Could it be the Earth, the globe?
It would be, I think, universe, because back in the day, from ancient times, they thought that globe or sphere is perfect shape. It was always in philosophy, geometry, and all science, sphere or circle in 2D, circle, and in 3D, sphere is perfect shape. So they thought that universe is a sphere, a globe. Not Earth itself, but whole universe is a globe. So half of that would be the spherical dome, and the bottom half that would be earth, water, and hell below, inside.
How about
of
the
course.
appearance? Hey, sorry, Faber, I thought you were done.
No,
I
no,
was just
go
gonna
on,
say,
go on.
how about the appearance of a celestial sphere?
Yeah, that appears what they've done. Paper's right. They went for the whole ball of wax, not just the oith, right? But everything. Yeah, makes sense. So the whole universe is a sphere.
They thought so, but it was
But
just
but
based
but
on their because they thought that God has to create everything perfectly. So if they thought that sphere is perfect shape, God had to create a universe as a globe. This is their logic. So
It has to be. Yeah, yeah, makes sense. Dogma. Yep, yep. If the perfect thing is a sphere, and if God is perfect, well, the universe is a sphere.
yes,
That's
but
it.
that's some kind of logic, let's say. But of
No, it
course,
is really logical. Yeah, if you
yes,
think of it
yes,
in a spiritual. Yeah, yeah.
it is. The error here is that they are comparing our limitation on thinking and thinking about perfection, and they compared it to God. So somehow they limited God to their imagination about how God could be perfect or not. But still, okay, let's say that their logic.
Better than baller logic, I'll tell you that. Yeah.
Yeah, make more sense for at least.
So, Flat Fact says the monad is the astronomical symbol for the sun. Very old. Yeah, it's actually more than that. Flat Fact, if you want to go out to Wikipedia, I threw a Wikipedia link into the Discord for monad. Take a look at the symbol for monad. Might find that interesting. Might have seen it before. Monad is let's see. Says is used in some cosmic philosophy and cosmogony. Well, there's a name to refer to a most basic or original substance, as originally conceived by the Pythagoreans. The monad is the supreme being, divinity, or the totality of all things. In the philosophy of Gottfried Leibniz, are infonads, which are the and immaterial elementary particles or simplest unit that make up the universe. Isn't that interesting?
You broke up a little bit there for me. Whether that was
Sorry.
for everyone.
Yeah, you may want to look at it in the Discord.
Will do.
Yeah, I'm going to check my
I'd like to
connection.
take
'Cause I
this
might be listening.
opportunity. Like to take this opportunity. Say we have the best conversations in this server. Way better than most of the shit on YouTube.
Indeed.
Yeah, it says according to Hippolytus, the worldview was inspired by the Pythagoreans. The worldview, this is the historical background, was inspired by the Pythagoreans, who called the first thing that came into existence the monad, which bore the dyad from the Greek with the word for two. So from the monad was born too, which begat the numbers.
Let's tell them what monad mean, where it comes from. It comes from monos, alone, to be alone, to be one. And you said the other one means two, right?
Well, it begat two, right? So
Begat two.
That needed to be the one, the thing to be able to give the meaning to two. So the monad, like religiously, is the thing that came first. It's very I mean, it's one of those things that you have to go in and look at for yourself, and you'll get something completely different about the way you look at it. There's all sorts of different ways, and people have conceptualized this thing. But I'd say these highly religious people, the ones with the faith, have conceptualized Big E around this very concept. That's what they've done.
For me, it is still incoherent and inconsistent, because if Globers claim that we live in this great, almost infinite universe, and this Earth is just like one of thousands or million planets in this universe, and completely meaningless, with us people also completely meaningless. So for me, it doesn't make any sense why they use Big E. They should use small, because this planet Earth is completely not important in the universe. I don't understand why they are capitalizing this Big E.
The Pythagoreans came up with that monad, it appears.
Like this bit here. In his Latin treatise, Maximi, who's that? Theologiae, Alan of Lilly affirms God is an intelligible sphere whose centre is everywhere and whose circumference is nowhere. French philosopher Rabelais ascribed this proposition to Hermes Trismegistus or Trismegistus. I like Trismegistus, it sounds better.
It does.
Symbolism is a free exegesis related to the Christian Trinity. Alan of Lilly mentions the Trismegistus book of the 24 philosophers, where it says a monad can uniquely beget another monad, in which more followers of this religion saw the come to being of God the Son from God the Father. Came from the Son.
Wow.
Right? Somebody said the monad came from the Sun, and now it's generated itself into something else, both by way of generation or by way of creation. This statement is also shared by the pagan author Trismegistus. It's Hermes. This is the center of all knowledge. This Hermes is supposed to be the guy that gave the knowledge to Abraham.
It's where the term
Isn't it?
hermeneutics comes from.
Yeah.
This is the beginning, it seems, yeah. You know what else it's associated with? A unit, the beginning of a number.
Yeah. But
This
if you go back into the Pythagorean thing, supposedly they found a problem with the square root of 2 and had to kill people. So that's the introduction of number to the geometric system caused massive problems, which they say the Pythagoreans didn't like. So there's all sorts of really weird stuff messed up around the Pythagoreans and this idea of the number form, relating the one to what? How do you do it? The unit. How do you do all of that sort of stuff? I'd say it's all geometric and the number form shows a problem.
Clearly linked to math.
Mm-hmm. Well, it
Gotta
isn't
go
linked
back.
to math. It's linked to logic, math through math. So this is
Well,
something.
the unit.
Yeah. Well, I think the unit's linked to logic also.
I know it's all related, man.
Yeah.
God,
Yeah.
the beginning, the one,
gotta
alone.
You got to go back to the what it says here at the beginning, though, because it says God is an intelligible sphere whose center is everywhere and whose circumference is nowhere. Isn't that something?
Not nonsense. Nonsense.
That's can be, but yeah, it's
Yeah,
trying to
but what
show
do-
you the limitless of.
It's the
Haven't we-
religifying of the fucking
I
of the
know, right?
center of the thing, isn't it? It's like
Haven't
whoa.
Haven't we
Getting rid
heard
of the-
recently?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Essie.
I was
Haven't
just
we
gonna
heard?
say getting.
Go ahead.
Come on,
Yeah,
guys.
no, you go. You finish
Go
up
ahead.
first. You finish up first, Essie.
I was just gonna say getting rid of the circumference, keeping the center right as God, and getting rid of the circumference, meaning unlimited. I have an
Yes.
unlimited. Yeah.
Yeah, you were going down the same road I was, because isn't that what we're told, that well, you could, if you have elevation, then you have a certain different circumference, don't you? Because you have a different radius. Is that I don't know, something like that though. Like you could have a circumference above the circumference above the circumference, like in
Well, it's the
concentric circles
ever-shifting-
around the god.
It's the ever shifting outside, but it's always around the center, the monad.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
That thing that you can never get to.
Yeah, because this radius is infinitely large. So, but yeah,
And it's also the beginning, and it's also never ending. According to this, it's there. That's it. It's always there.
Wow.
Just
good
the
stuff.
the outskirts can grow, but that is always there.
Yeah. I think Blue should be able to see that there's a definite religious connotation to the oblate practices of these guys based around I mean, I know he doesn't want to, like, none of these guys want to admit it, but I mean, you have to, don't you? You can be as unreligious as you want to be, but at some point you have to have some sort of an idea about what you're actually talking about. You know, like where are you headed? For what purpose? These guys definitely have a purpose that's driving them. Call it religious. I call it there's a group of people that have the most faith that I've ever known anyone to ever have. And
Absolutely.
it's not Christians.
Mm-hmm.
Anti-flat earthers.
Yeah, it's not flat earthers either.
Mm-mm. I guess Paper Blue wants to know if you know what a proper noun is. I don't know why he's asking that. But
I don't know what it means in English. I know the separate words, but if it has specific meaning, I don't know.
Why doesn't he tell us? Let us know. I don't know, Blue. Can you tell us what it is, a proper noun? I'm sure there's quite a lot of people that don't know. Just let us know.
Blue is assuring us.
I know.
I think. Oh, sorry, Paper. Finish.
I
Go
know
ahead.
what proper means, and I know what noun means. But proper noun, okay, so proper noun is proper noun. If it has specific meaning, then I don't know.
Well, I think I don't know. Blue Marble might be trying to set our minds at ease here. He says spheroids aren't religious, Bev. They're simple geometric
Yeah,
shapes.
they always
Sorry.
do this. We were talking about the oblate part, Blue. Like, what don't you get about this?
Blue, are you
Why
denying
do
that
they do
that
this?
oblate? Yeah, are you denying that oblate and oblation are religious? Have a religious connotation? Is that what you're saying? Because I think you might be wrong. I mean, you could deny that it has anything to do with your deity, but you know, it's a
Yeah,
hell of a coincidence.
you took it out of the etymology, right? So I mean, it's a definite thing.
Yeah, I don't think Blue was listening when we were discussing the definition of oblate.
Yeah, we went over it again. I said Blue might not have heard the beginning, and I went over it again. But you could be right, Rob.
Yeah, it's selective, I think.
Yeah, you may be listening while not listening.
Yeah.
Or not listening while listening.
Look, we don't want to
he's getting
offend
triggered, I
anybody that is religious, right? Like we don't want to offend anybody with the sexuality, Blue. So we're fine. All sorts of people. Like if you are religious, it doesn't make any difference.
So Blue might be getting a little upset again with us, but he says, you learned this is the second grade FFS, capital FFS.
What's the second grade? What, the oblate is a religious
I don't know if he's talking about. Oh, no. Context here. Context. You learned this is the second grade FFS, for fuck's sake. A proper noun is the name of a specific, quote, specific, unquote, person, place, or thing, and proper nouns are capitalized.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
So he thinks Big E is the proper noun? Is that what
No,
he's
he's talking about earth. Like when we talk about earth as a dirt or soil or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Literally.
Yeah, he's saying you should capitalize it because they consider it as a thing, right? And they get all really upset if you don't capitalize that thing that you may consider dirt. Well, they don't just consider it dirt, they consider it much more.
But even that is a bit of
the dirt and the water mixed together and separate at the same time.
Yeah. Well, in a totality, let's say. Kind of like Father, Son, Holy Spirit in the totality, Trinity kind of thing.
Yeah.
Sort of same sort of concept, I think.
I think so.
But yeah, but when Blue says person, place, or thing,
concept fallacy.
when Blue says a specific person, place, or thing, I mean, I know plenty of specific things that you can write about that aren't capitalized. Why is Big E Earth capitalized? I mean, a place, I get Paris, capital P, Paris, right? Capital L, London. I get it. But lots of things aren't capitalized, even specific things.
For me, it
Is
doesn't
Blue
make
playing
any
a linguist?
Well, I think he's just defending his religiosity, which is fine. I mean, like Bev said, we don't want to. We're fine with anybody's religion. It's all good. I mean, we started this conversation about the coincidence that oblate, as related to a certain term that certain people use, is also by happenstance to be a word of religious connotation, and also sacrificial oblation. I mean, just because Blue may have taken that to be a slight against his deity, it was certainly not intended that way.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way.
Yeah, we didn't want to offend his, what do you call it? Big E.
Yeah, Big E.
No offense to Big E, but I don't. I don't pay oblation
Mm.
to that particular spherical object. Personally.
You heathen, you heathen, no oblations.
Well, I'm one of those guys with a straight horizontal, so I'm not allowed. I don't think. I like to keep my horizontals straight.
Yeah, you know what they say about the double-minded man.
Go on.
I don't remember the exact quote.
Because I
just
don't.
know it's not good. I just know that it's not good to be double-minded.
I think Rob was setting us up there, and we happened to not fall in that trap. That was good on us, Bev, for not doing that.
you know what they say about the double-minded man? Nope. Neither do I. I forgot.
Oh dear. Blue.
Oh.
The
I'm gonna have to
projection.
start coming with the actual quotes now every time I want to say something.
Yes, of course.
All right, I'm
Citations,
gonna do
yes,
more thinking
quotes.
before I help one.
Blue. Blue says the projection here is palpable.
Mm-hmm.
Your religion is showing, boys.
Wow, that projection, that might be.
So it could be. It could be.
No, Blue Marble would never project something like that.
Mm-mm. Yeah, I think the chat and the YouTube has got a kick out of that.
Still, I cannot see any logic in this big E, because in the heliocentric model, it shouldn't be big, because the Earth is not relevant in between millions of or thousands of different planets. So supposedly the Earth is just one of them. That I don't know why they capitalized that. There is no reason for that. But in this model, I depicted how ancient Greeks and just in ancient times, the universe was described. The Earth is just a part of universe, so there is no reason for big E at all.
Well, haven't they named all of the lights in the sky that move slightly differently than the other lights in the sky the names of gods?
Yes.
Right. So wouldn't Earth isn't a god, right? Or wasn't a god up until the point that they started to capitalize it and religify it.
Yes.
Or was
100%.
it? Was it a god beforehand? I don't think it was. No,
I don't think
it
so.
Wasn't.
But it is an interesting point.
Inside the Earth was hell, so rather opposite.
Yeah.
Yes.
Rather opposite. No,
So they're changing it, right? They're religifying something that was never a god and trying to place it in the same place.
Well, they sort of kept the hell, right? They kept the middle hot part. If you want to think about it, they're clever
Well, that's
little.
a good point, Essie.
Yeah.
Hey, Rob, James D has come to your rescue. He says, double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. There you go. I think that might be.
Yeah. Would that be the contradiction? The double-minded, diletheist.
Oh my goodness, Blue. Are you all right? We didn't mean to trigger you. You may want to step aside, close down the YouTube. Have a glass of wine. It's Friday. It's Friday evening. Have a glass of wine.
Holy water.
Moonshine or anything. He says, LOL, capital LOL.
Wow.
Comrade Paper is teaching us English.
I am not.
Comrade. Come on.
I am learning English rather.
You're showing us your age, Blue.
Comrade.
Blue. We didn't. Blue, how many times do we have to say it, Blue? We did not mean to insult
Your
God.
Yeah, no.
My
Not
goodness.
at all, Blue. I mean, we've even gone easy on the orientations that shan't be named. In your honour, right? Knowing it's Free for All Friday, not wanting to offend.
Since I'm monitoring the YouTube chat, I will Mike Dornan, you may want to verify the word that you used for well, let me just say, Mike says I'll pray for you, Blue, but he says PREY. I'm not sure. I mean, we're watching the killing of dinosaurs and such on the screen, so I don't know if Mike meant it that. I mean, Mike is a great guy. I don't think he meant it that way. He may have meant PRAY, but I can't speak for Mike. I don't know.
So he wanted to hunt Blue.
That's why I'm saying I just for clarity's sake. When people look at the YouTube chat, I want to make sure that if what Mike actually intended, but I'm not sure it was PREY, but that's all right. Oh my goodness, Blue.
What's up with him?
Next, here we go. Next comes Natasha, Rocky, and Bullwinkle, I suppose. Exclamation point. That's Russian.
Who's
Blue.
Natasha?
Anybody who watched Bullwinkle when they were a kid, I am old enough to know Bullwinkle.
Rocky and Bullwinkle, the cartoon.
Yeah, Natasha and Boris were Russian, not Polish. My goodness.
Blue, you got to do some history research, bro. Open a book.
Yeah.
Come on.
I think that's offensive on Blue's behalf, but
that is touch on the our side. Yeah. Calling him a commie is one thing, but that I don't know, Blue.
Polish are usually pretty based, I find.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying. Yeah. Well, Blue may not be I mean, he is Blue Marble Science, but he may not be a man of the world. He may not be worldly. He's definitely globally. I don't know, whatever. But he may not be worldly.
Definitely American,
he's global,
right?
Global.
Yeah, he's Rocky. He's gone back to that sort of times, hasn't he? Back into the 80s.
Wasn't Rocky Canadian?
Drinking raw eggs? Is that Rocky? Drinking raw eggs out of a glass?
Yeah, it's USA versus the USSR, isn't it?
Yeah.
Two tribes. That's what he's getting at. Nostalgic.
I'm looking in the live chat. Mike Dornan has not updated his comment.
Yeah.
So I don't know what to make of it, Mike. He may just be leaving it as is, in which case we'll just not talk about it anymore.
Yeah. And by the way, Blue, how many languages do you speak? Let me guess. One, right?
Oh, no, he'll do hillbilly, won't he? He'll definitely do that.
And on
paper, how many languages
comrade is not Russian. It is translation. This is in Russian. It is tavarish. So
paper, how many languages do you speak?
Only English, beside my Polish, of course. And
so that would be two languages.
Very slightly Russian, but there is, of course, history behind that because, back in the day, in communistic times, all had to learn Russian in school. So even if I would say that I have some inclination to Russian, but as protest to communistic regime, I didn't learn that very well. So yes, that's the story. So I don't know Russian well.
Imagine Blue speaking Polish or French.
I don't think so.
I would pay money for that. Oh yeah.
It's the
He's
fact
making
that
fun
he's trying to say about the English lessons when nobody said anybody was given English lessons. I mean, this is what Blue does. He gets everything completely mixed up and then starts, well, doing what he does. It's okay, Blue. We'll lay off the religifying. We'll leave that to Betty. Can everybody stop religifying the globe for the blue marble scientists?
Is hillbilly considered a language? Sorry, I couldn't. All due respect to all hillbillies, I couldn't resist that one. He's making fun of comrade paper. I had to do that.
Comrade paper.
By the way,
I'm dying.
comrade is translation from Tavarish, but it has connotation because Tavarish means only, it's in fact, it's colleague in party. So it has strict context. So if you translating from Tavarish into comrade, I would say that colleague it would be better, but it has strict connotation that you are talking about comrade or colleague in party, communistic party, of course. So
just for a political party, comrade. Okay.
Yeah. So they used that in Soviet Union. If you belong to party, they referred to themselves as tavarish. It means comrade. So
I thought it was more military,
not
brotherly, but okay, yeah, you learned something
it
new.
was instead Mr. because they, of course, Mr. Or Lord even. So it's very, very bad. So people were not Misters and Mrs. and lords, of course. they tried to erase that kind of class, social class, like landlords, successfully. So they didn't want to refer to themselves as Mr. and Mrs. because was too socially and communistically not good. It was not with along with revolution theory. So they referred to themselves as comrades or tavarish. Just new speech,
Yeah, interesting. Yeah.
We might be learning something new about Blue because I don't think he's a hillbilly. Because he says this. He says, "No, hillbilly is considered an ethnic slur, SE, but it doesn't bother me. I've known
Ethnic
hillbillies.
slur.
They definitely don't think it's an ethnic slur. Hillbillies are proud to be called hillbilly. So
Hell yeah! What are you talking about, Blue?
I'm thinking
Yeah.
Blue might not be a hillbilly, guys.
Ethnic slur.
That was one of the things I respected about
does
him.
he consider it an ethnic slur?
I guess so. He says it doesn't bother him, but he says hillbilly is considered an ethnic slur. I'm pretty sure that it's not.
I'm pretty sure it's not because I wouldn't have used it.
Have known hillbillies.
I wouldn't have
They
never
call
used it.
themselves hillbilly.
So you know hillbillies that call themselves proudly hillbillies. Okay, that's good enough for me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe he's confusing hillbilly with redneck.
Both.
I thought
I've
of it like, no, that's a slur.
Redneck?
That's a slur. No, it's not.
No.
Really?
Absolutely not. No.
Okay, I stand corrected.
I live in Texas. Believe me, there's a lot of rednecks who call themselves rednecks who are very, very happily proud to be redneck.
For real?
Yes, for real.
I did not know that. I did not.
I mean,
know
there's
that.
snowflake. Look, there's snowflakes in every type of community, shall we say? Blue might be a hillbilly snowflake. Could be.
I burn my neck every summer and I wear t-shirts, so I'm definitely a redneck.
Rob is definitely a redneck. There you go.
Cool. Cool.
I have a question.
But I hate country music.
He said hillbilly is considered an ethnic slur. I don't understand. So hillbilly is some kind of description or because
Ethnicity? No,
Yeah. No. It's
definitely
a group,
not an
like an
ethnicity.
area. You know what I thought of it as? I'll be honest. I thought of it as Cajun, right? Call somebody Cajun, they don't get insulted. They're Cajuns, right?
Yeah, it's more as I understood it from the couple of guys that I knew from my old Navy days that were actually hillbillies, called themselves hillbillies. It was they grew up in the Tennessee, Kentucky area. Not that I would say anything about Buster, but anyway, in that area of the the hills, the Appalachians,
Yeah. Exactly.
Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee, probably not as far south as South Carolina, but in that area, and uh, in the rural areas of the hills in that area, those people would call themselves hillbilly. It's definitely not ethnic because it's not an ethnicity. So
Yeah, I
I think,
thought you was all Americans, Blue.
yeah, I'm sort of shocked myself.
Yeah.
I mean, he
Yeah,
does say
me
it doesn't
too.
bother him, but then he says it's an ethnic slur, and it's absolutely not an ethnic slur. Hillbilly's not an ethnicity.
Pretty sure I've
It's like
heard
here we
Blue
make
say
fun
that
of
a few
Canadians. We
times.
call them hosers.
Hoser, oh yeah, the hosers, absolutely.
Yeah, hoser.
Yeah, hoser. Yeah,
Drinking like beer, sitting on the couch watching a hockey game.
yeah. A
But that's
Molson.
not
You have
an
to be
ethnic
drinking a
slur.
Molson. You have to be drinking a Molson.
Yeah, Molson. That's
Hmm.
standard. Yeah.
Yeah. Constance Bruns says a slur is only a slur to one who is feeling offended. It is entirely based on perspective. I think that's right.
Yeah, well, if you call somebody something and he says, I feel offended, then you don't call him again. Simple. Right?
Hmm. Gord says redneck comes from Irish slaves originally. Wow, I didn't know that. Might have to look that up.
Mm.
Blue comes back. Hillbilly is a term often derogatory for people who dwell in rural mountainous areas in the United States, primarily in the southern. Yes, that's what I said. Often derogatory, though, is the thing that I'm not so sure of. Maybe for the snowflake hillbillies, but the hillbillies that I knew, those were some tough dudes, and they did not mind being called hillbilly. They were some seriously calloused hands, freaking, lift a tree trunk out of a ground kind of guys. Those guys. Blue might not be one of those guys. It's fine. Could be.
Yeah, Godzilla, Newfies. Yeah, we call Newfoundlanders, we call them Newfies.
Newfies.
Good one, yeah.
Kevlar, lots of duct tape. Yeah, absolutely.
You want to laugh?
I got
You know what they call?
I got one. No, I got one. Just give me one quick second. Do y'all remember there was a TV show called Beverly Hillbillies?
Yes.
My favorite
Was
show.
that
Come on now.
was that a derogatory show towards those people they called hillbillies?
Well,
The Beverly Hillbillies.
I think they tried to make fun of them, but they always got the better of it, I thought.
Always, yeah.
Plus they were rich.
Granny. Remember
Yep.
Granny? Jethro?
Yeah, Jethro.
Nellie Mae?
Mm-hmm.
Uncle Jed? Yeah, I think I watched 1 or 2 episodes, Rob.
Yeah, we don't need to restart the Civil War in the YouTube chat. Yeah, Kevlar's
So
already.
Rob,
Yeah, Constance says "damn Yankees," and then Kevlar comes back with get me started on the Northerners." I mean,
Yeehaw.
so Blue says, "I guess it's actually a racial slur. It's specifically
Racial?
directed at white people from
What?
the Appalachian and Ozark region of the country." That's weird.
Wow, I've never even heard
Stop
that
being a
before.
Karen, Blue. Stop being a freaking
Yeah,
Racial,
Karen.
it's
man.
gone
I
worse.
don't think so.
It's gone from ethnic to racial.
Well, then it would be ethnic, would be racial if it's against white people. But
It's not against
Again.
white people, is it? Like, it's not.
no, just hillbillies. I don't know. Gord says poking fun at other ethnic groups. Generally, zero is include. I'm not sure. Zero is inclusive. Ignore their existence is exclusive. I.e., we got along much better when we could laugh at each other and ourselves. In my opinion, absolutely, Gord.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. Stop being a Karen.
Blue's
But
not
hey,
Karen.
I'll never call you that again, Blue, I promise.
Hillbilly racial. So Highlanders are. This is race of Highlanders. So whatever.
Highlanders. Yeah, yeah.
You have open season paper. He called you a commie. What did he call you?
Is there,
Yeah,
Comrade.
basically called paper
comrade.
commie.
are they only white?
Hillbillies?
Yeah.
That's a good question. I don't know. The guys that I knew were white, yeah, but I think there probably could be black hillbillies. I think you're probably right. In that it's just that area of the country.
By the way, if you are saying that Blue Marble Science called me a commie, it means that like communist.
Yeah, commie.
Yeah.
It is
Mhm.
Yeah.
nonsense. He doesn't know history very
No,
well.
that's
Well,
why
that's been established already.
right. Yeah. I
So-
said he may not be a worldly man, paper. It's highly likely he's not.
So
It's all right.
all so-called communistic countries suffered very much from communistic regime, and one of them most suffering in first during Second World War, and after that was Poland, because Poland strongly opposed both systems, this Nazi Hitler system and the communistic. And we for example, we were attacked from both sides. And after war, it was just we were sold, let's say, to communistic regime, and that's the story. It doesn't mean that we were a communistic country, of course. Many people. Okay, many people died for after that, for being in opposition. So it's completely nonsense to say
Absolutely.
that Poland was communistic country. No, we had a communistic regime, of course, like occupation. Yes, till 1989. So let's say that we were occupied by the communists. That's the better description of history in our country.
Yeah, absolutely. And Poland is well, let's just say the people that lend themselves towards that spectrum of politics, communism, they don't like Poland very much nowadays. Poland, Hungary, countries like that. Yeah. Why? Hey, new member, everybody.
Ooh.
I'd like to welcome a new member to the YouTube channel, Mike Jones. Welcome, Mike Jones.
The YouTube channel.
Yeah, Mike
I
Jones.
think he's very well known. Like that.
I know.
The Mike Jones.
The Mike Jones. Of course, Gords came back and reminded him that he could have waited a week and got that membership for free. Blue wants to remind us that nobody calls a black guy a hillbilly. Nobody.
Well, right.
Nobody.
So
All right,
there
well,
are no
black hillbillies
Okay.
officially. I
This is
think.
good to know.
I guess.
Blue Marble Science has done his experiments and conclusions.
He checked out all the hillbillies.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
He's verified every one of them.
I don't know who Blue is talking about here, but he says, "I'll bet money that I've been in more parts of the world than you have."
Ooh.
I might want to take that bet.
Navy. Right, Kev?
I've been between my Navy days and my corporate travel days. Yeah, I might want to bet.
Yeah, but Blue served too, so watch out. Might be a
Oh, I
Navy,
know,
Air
right?
Force, or Army thing.
We could go tit for tat for sure. Askin comes in hot with Blue has successfully bored the shit out of me. I'll give him that. Just to bring everybody up to speed, Mike Dornan has not yet.
He's not said whether he's
not said anything about PREY prey. So I just all right. That'll probably be the last time I bring that up. But anyway, Mike Dornan's praying for you, Bev or Blue, praying for you. I won't say how he spelled it, but he's don't worry about it.
According to Wikipedia, it appears Blue may be right. It says often considered derogatory, hillbilly. But
Well,
you're
they have to
American
say
too,
that.
Kev. So I mean,
Yeah, they
who's
have to
right
say
here?
that because snowflakes, right? Everybody gets offended now
Yeah.
about everything.
Yeah.
But
Blue.
if you asked a real hillbilly if they were offended by hillbilly, they'd probably punch you in the face for just saying that they might be offended.
have been offended by it.
Right.
Oh, I like them already. Nice.
Absolutely.
I'm curious to know whether it's racial or not.
Well, Blue has posited that because he says there's absolutely no black hillbillies.
Yeah, that's what it's like. Yeah, all it is, it's a popper sort of thing, isn't it? Except it's not a black swan we're looking for.
Right. Gourds again with the wonderful comment. Offense is always taken, never given.
Yeah.
True that. Absolutely. You're right. Gord says we used to teach our children about sticks and stones. Not anymore, apparently. A lot of thin-skinned people out there today.
I gotta read this. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go on.
A hillbilly is a free and untrammeled. What does that mean? Untrammeled. Untrammeled. Anybody?
I don't know. What's the rest of the context? That's it?
A hillbilly is a free and untrammeled white citizen of Alabama.
Alabama?
That's what it
hills
says.
in Alabama?
That's what it says here.
Where the hell are the hills in Alabama?
I would check your sources for that citation, sir.
The sources is Wikipedia. Oh, it does say Appalachians as well.
At the
Hold
bottom-
on.
At the bottom,
Hold on.
at the bottom of the wiki article, will have its sources for Wikipedia.
Let me read the top, and then I'll continue to that part because I found it fascinating. Hillbilly is a term often derogatory for people who dwell in rural mountain areas in the United States, primarily in southern Appalachia and the Ozarks.
Yes. Ozarks
And
around Arkansas area. Appalachians runs all the way up the not East Coast, but eastern part of the United States, north to south.
But check out the other part here. It says derogatory, right? Now listen to how it explains what a hillbilly is. A hillbilly is a free and untrammeled white citizen of Alabama. I don't know why it says that. Who lives in the hills, has no means to speak of, dresses as he can, talks as he pleases, drinks whiskey when he gets it, and fires off his revolver as the fancy takes him. Like, really?
Sounds like a good life.
It says this stereotype is twofold in that it incorporates both positive and negative traits. Hillbillies are often considered independent and self-reliant individuals who resist the modernization of society. Wow, that sounds like my kind of people.
That music group there.
Definitely. I don't. Blue seems to be out of his
Just don't take
going
away
out of
my
his
iPhone.
way. Yeah, Blue seems to be going out of his way to become offended. I'm not sure he's a Double Oak Mountain dummy. Is he talking about Double Oak Mountain people are dummies? Double Oak Mountain dummy? There's a dummy on. I don't know. The last mountain in the Appalachian Shane, Shane, Shais, Shane. I don't know. Just south of Birmingham, Alabama. I don't know, Blue. I mean, I know you're an Alabama kind of guy, even though you don't live in Alabama, as I understand. But anyway, I for one, don't think of Alabama when I think hillbilly. It could just be me, but much more Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee, West Virginia. Like I say, maybe a little bit further south than that, maybe getting into Georgia, possibly. I suppose northern Alabama. I guess. It just doesn't pop into my head, Alabama. But then again, to each their own. I don't know why you're calling them dummies, though. I don't think that's very nice.
What?
Mike Jones,
Isn't
Blue comes
dummies
here
a
to take
derogatory-
offense. That could be.
Yeah.
Sorry, Rob. Go ahead.
Isn't dummies a derogatory term?
Yeah. Strange. Chain. Oh, Blue Marble. Chain, not Shane. Appalachian chain. Thank you, Blue, for clarifying that. Appreciate it.
He was right about the white. But Blue, did you know there's Hispanic hillbillies? No, I didn't know that either. I just read it.
Oh,
Yeah?
Hispanic, like from a
The
Hispanic
hillbillies
country
that
or
claim cultural appropriation.
New Mexico, I think I read. New Mexico.
New Mexico? Whoa,
Yeah.
that's interesting.
Well, check out the picture put in there. It's the Ebony Hillbillies. That's the music group.
Get out.
No way.
They definitely don't look white.
Yeah.
Huh. Look at that. Well, who'd have thought?
That's
Just
the
look
first
at
thing
that.
that popped up when I checked. Yeah.
I think Obviously, they're okay calling themselves
Yeah,
hillbilly.
yeah.
You might be wrong, Blue.
Could be jumping in on that race card thing. You never know. Could get offended.
Blue's offended about being offended. Looks
I
like.
think so, yeah.
He says, "What makes you think you can offend me, Mike?" I think he's speaking to Mike Jones. Call me what you like. It doesn't change the fact that I'm smarter than you! Exclamation point.
Oh, wow.
Mike
No
Jones.
way,
Be
I put
careful.
money on that.
Well,
Be careful, Mike.
There's only a smart person would say something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
It'd have to be smart to be able to say something like that. So you best
Maybe
back
him
down.
and Mike could have a college off, a school off. Who went to the? Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say who went to the best schools because they like to brag about their education, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe you should do that with Mike Blue. Have a school contest. Not that it means anything, but yeah, I think it would be interesting.
A school off.
A school
I
off.
don't think
Yeah.
that would last long.
Probably
But-
not. Faddish Fist says, gives us the thesaurus for hillbilly, backwoodsman, boar, briarhopper. That's an interest. Briarhopper. Kind of like Hobbit sort of thing comes to mind there. Brush ape. Oh, I don't know about that one.
What?
Brush ape.
Oh, come on,
Yeah.
that's bad.
Bucolic. I never heard of that before. Bumpkin. Well, country bumpkin. We've heard of.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
That's interesting. Bushman. Okay, I can get that. Clam digger. Now that I don't buy that for a sec. Clam digger. You have to be down in the
mountain.
not in the mountain. There's no clams in mountains or hill areas. I don't believe that for a second. Clod hopper. Blue marble science. Oh, wait a minute. I need citation for that. Faddish fist. Clown. No, I don't think hillbillies are clowns. I think that might be wrong as well. I don't know about that.
Did you say blue marble science in there, or was that sort of?
Yeah, well, Faddish Fist says that's blue marble science is a synonym for hillbilly.
Oh, right,
thesaurus,
okay.
But
Yeah.
I don't believe that for a second. No, I think that's wrong.
Well, if it's wrote down, then you have to take it as at least, you have
Yeah.
to give it credence that somebody's wrote it down at least.
I'm dubious. Let me put it that way.
You wouldn't normally just do that.
Mike Jones says, responding to Blue about him being smarter than Mike Jones. Mike says, that sounded super smart, Blue. Especially the part where you said, "What make you think?" RH says, "I'm a bit of a clam digger." Okay, I've dug for clams. Anybody else dug for clams?
There's loads of them. They do it all the time on the beach here. But
Oh, do they?
Yeah,
Okay.
but there's not many hills at the beach where they dig for
No,
clams,
right. That's
so-
what I'm thinking.
A low-lying hillbilly.
No, maybe so.
I ate a whole bunch of them when I was in New England. Does that count?
Well, did you have to dig for them?
No, clam chowder. Oh,
there
is
you
that good?
go.
Yeah, I know. Point to Point says is asking Blue Marble Science to slow down. Your typos are making you look super quote smart unquote. Valid comment. Valid comment. I'm not reading Kevlar's statement. This is the thing about Kevlar. You can't. You can't play nice in the sandbox. You just can't. Blue comes back at Mike and says, and Mike leaves out the next comment where I corrected the typo, but that's Mike.
Yeah, you meant to forget about Blue's mistakes once he's spotted them. Pretend he never
Well,
made
didn't
them.
we say didn't we conclude that sometimes Blue does put mistakes in
Blue
purposely?
said he did. Like
Yeah.
that was one of his ways of letting us know that he made mistakes, that he did it on purpose so we could see how clever we were to spot them. Not just us though, everyone. He leaves it open for everyone to spot his mistakes. He purposely leaves mistakes all over the place. Loads of them.
I was gonna say RH, thank you. Getting a little bit out of control. I blame Kevlar, who's a mod, by the way,
Yeah.
for starting this.
Inciting them.
Inciting, yeah.
Be back in a minute.
Did you do this on purpose, Gords? So Gordzilla says we all make typos, Blue. The context of yours that had me spitting my drink. So either that's purposely a typo. Yeah, the blue caught it. Blue caught it. See? Yeah, okay. Good cover, Gords. Good cover. uh well, good point, Gordzilla. Gord says, but I wasn't claiming to be smarter than anyone. That is a good point.
Hey, I just want to take a second to welcome Brian Leakey to Free For All Fridays. And I watched your heavy duty battery video yesterday. That's pretty cool. Did I lose everyone?
Well, no, I was just gonna say Bev steps away and then everybody gets quiet.
Well, I tried to
That wouldn't
welcome
happen.
Brian Leakey to the show, and I got nothing.
Well, yeah, Brian's on mute, not server mute, so he may be away from his mic.
Sorry about
Y'all
that.
gotta help me.
I'm back.
I'm just staring at brake pads, so I can't really talk much.
Aren't you supposed to be replacing them and not staring at them?
Yeah,
Yes. So I gotta get back to work.
I was just listening, man. I'm about done, man. I might be able to shoot the shit for a minute, but I'm definitely listening to you guys, man. What's going on?
Well, welcome.
Oh no, I was just saying I watched your battery video you did yesterday because I'm a bit of an electrician myself. I thought.
Oh yeah, man. You see that? It's pretty neat, ain't it?
That's pretty neat. I gotta get back to work though.
Okay.
I think I saw one of your face on one of Nathan Oakley's recent videos. Brian,
Possibly.
Why is he doing that?
Good question, man. I called them out a long time ago for being dishonest. You know, when I was trying not to take sides with the guys with like Jaron and Nathan, because I watched them both. I liked them both a lot, and I didn't care about the disagreements. And but then they kind of started getting personal with other guys, man, like bunches of other fellow flat earthers of mine, and I didn't really give a shit two bits about the ether that they were all upset about. I was just trying to figure out why are they so damn against it. And I went on and kind of got treated kind of the same way, but you know how that is. I'm not going to go down that road, but I wanted to say, but they said that they never claimed that water boiled at 100 degrees Celsius and at 1 atmosphere of pressure. I'm like, what? Never claimed that. Like that kind of upset me, and they never took it back. But I'm over it now. But man, used to they could kind of lead the conversation because they were like the spearhead. They were tip of the spear back then. They used to debate, but they had say so, and some of the arguments, in my opinion. But now, they ain't shit. They don't even really debate anybody. No, so they don't really have any say so on any of the arguments. That's my opinion. But I'm starting to watch them again, man. I know how Nathan is, man. I'll get over it.
Yeah, well, sorry if you got associated with us and all of that shit that Nathan has brought up. Because I'm pretty sure that's where I saw your face on one of the videos. And
probably so, man.
Yeah.
I mean, me and SC even had to clarify to the guys, like because some people were like, look, Bev, that he's detail oriented. He's just talking about the geometry when he's talking about an angle, and that's a true statement. There's not you can do fuck all with an angle, basically with just an angle. You was trying to get that out the whole show when you went on Nathan's, just trying to get one damn sentence out that, hey, it's just talking about having just an angle, it's just geometry. So what you was trying to get out, and I was like, I've seen you try and say it a few times, and he never even let you talk without answering one of his questions long enough to spit the simple statement out that it's just geometry, man.
Well, I think isn't that what you called them out for, right? That very thing that they don't allow you to say your point, and therefore they can get away with that. I don't know, just whatever that is, that approach. It seems to be what they've generated. They've, like you said, that they may have been the tip of the spear at one point, but those arguments they've been going round and round and round in circles for years.
Right, man. And it's like this, as far as that goes, you could ask anybody. I used to like when he did it to like Rumpus and Brenda. That's one of the things that kind of helped pull me off the fence, is listening the way he did it to them. But man, he's doing it to like buddies and doing it to me, which he was cool after the show. It wasn't personal, but still, it's just aggravating, man. Like fellow, I did consider him a fellow comrade, as far as in the true Earth, flat Earth, whatever you want to call it, man. And I enjoyed watching him tear Globers to pieces, but then he stopped. All he debates now is other flat earthers. That's it, for the most part. Brian's Logic will get out there and debate every now and then. So shout out to him, But we don't see eye, but he don't talk to me like a freaking, like a peasant.
Thought Brian's Logic had put a fee down that he wasn't going to do anything until somebody paid him like a large amount of money for doing what he does. I don't think we've seen Brian's Logic anywhere for ages.
How much is his fee?
It's about 1,000, I think.
Man, if that works, y'all let me know.
Well, he's not. That's why you've not seen him do anything. Yeah, he's not.
In fact,
he's not doing much.
I'll go ahead and do it. Hey, Bev, I'll do it for 1/10 of that, man. Fuck it. I'll debate.
You'll do it for nothing. You'll do it just because you wanted to have a chat with people.
That's what me and Montreal were talking about earlier. We were on Discord, and we explained to everybody, and they're like, yeah. Well, at first they with flat Earth data. And Jeremy, when we explained, look, he's talking about just an angle, and this argument went out to Ruhif with they're trying to pull all this shit, and Buster wrote a song about it, and you can't argue with that. Look, it's with just an angle, you can't do nothing. And Jeremy's he came up with one like I can write it down. No, he said something. It was better than it was better than Nathan's, but still simple BS, but he was just joking. But he's like, yeah, well, and Data finally agreed. Well, with just an angle, you can't do shit. I was like, that's all he's talking about is with just an angle, you can't figure nothing, man. You need additional information. You ain't gonna get any information off just an angle except that angle, And they all agreed, didn't they? SC eventually agree.
At the end, yeah, I think they understood. I mean, I tried to make it as plain as I could. Yeah, I think they did.
Well,
Yeah,
I
man,
mean,
you got
the evidence will be whenever Nathan decides to show everyone exactly what he can do with the angle. Which, it being Nathan Oakley, you'd expect him to be doing that, but he's not going to. He's going to do Blue Marble scientific method of just running away and ignoring it. Thinking that he's already proved his point when he's done nothing, but...
I predict he's gonna do F all with an angle. How's that?
dude. I've heard them talking, man, and I think
With
that they think. I think I'm under the impression that they think in the ephemeris is the GP for all the stars, you know, at a certain time, and that's just not the case, you know. So, but if that were the case, like if you could just look in the almanac, that would still be needing an almanac to go with the angle, but still kind of off topic a little bit. But I think they're under that, like they think that there's a GP for everything, and you get that, but all you get is basically a freaking relative angle to Aries, which is on the celestial equator. And you know, in the time and all that shit, you have to do the math. You have to figure the angle from Greenwich Mean Time and stuff. So there's a lot that goes into it just to get the E. So that angle, yeah, it's worthless. Even, you know, you need an almanac, you need a system, a map. But I don't know. You know my opinion on all that.
Yeah, I didn't want to need to go into the argument thing, but what do you think about the that debate? The new guys that they're ushering in. Those.
He seemed all right, man. You talking about oh man, what's his name? Danny or
David and Josh.
And
the Patrick.
Oh God. Yeah, he did a good. He'd get it. I forgot about that. Yeah. Well, I'll take some of that back. He did a stand-in debate, and yeah, he got paid. He got paid for that. So yeah, I wonder what they paid him, and I wonder who paid him. I think it was his teammate, but he's a patron anyway, you know. But he paid him. So Nathan does good. You know, he does good in debates. But in the rooms that I go in, and like we debate with all the people he used to debate with, and aside of a couple of them, but and it's constantly evolving our arguments, and basically, you know, he does pretty good with them. Even he could probably do good even without the mute button. He's a pretty smart guy, you know. He's a lot of people like, you know, his approach, man. But I don't like it against other flat earthers. But yeah, he did pretty good against them, man. I watched that. I like watching your debates, man, because you get the just with your simple arguments, the advanced simplicity gets them to say the dumbest shit. Like, it's crazy, man. Looking back, they all bite their tongue. I've heard every one of them bite their tongue saying level is horizontal, and then having to say level is not flat. Flat is curved. I mean, you get them dancing in their own brain, man. It's fun to watch, man.
Advanced simplicity. Go the other way with the argument. Go back to the basics. There's not many people that can cope with it at that simple level.
And I watched Blue Marble Science video. I think it was yesterday or day before. I think it was his last one. And he said that he was watching your video, going over it and everything, and about you and Nathan, I think. But he said that they never claimed, none of them ever claimed that level is horizontal. And I think they have. I think a couple of them
I've got clips of them saying that. I've got Rumpus.
Yeah, of course. That's what I thought.
Yeah, I've got a clip of Rumpus saying that nobody's ever disputed that level is horizontal.
Right, and then you got Bendizontal and all this other stuff. I thought Ruhip had said that level's horizontal, you know, and then
yep,
you know, depending on what you're talking about, they'll backpedal on some of it. But they all said, he said none of them have ever said that.
They all contradict each other. They always do. That's the part of the Blue Marble science. You know, the scientific method is that they have to be able to justify a contradiction because some of them think one thing and some of them think the opposite.
Hey, what is Page's? I mean, I got an idea, but what exactly do y'all mean when you say Page's argument or Page's it ain't Page's paradox? Yeah, pages proof. What is that? Can you explain that to me, Bev?
Well, if you have a vertical and a horizontal, and they're perpendicular, then you can't put another vertical to the horizontal that isn't perpendicular to it. Because the relationship of vertical and horizontal is perpendicularity. So it's impossible to have two verticals to a horizontal, only one of them being perpendicular. I mean, it violates the law of identity right there.
That's right. And shout out to Paige, Super Flurf. I hope she's listening, man. She's ace.
Yeah, but we did that. We did it on Ranties a couple of years ago, and nobody noticed it. And it's so simple. Geometric, the perpendicularity is well, that's what they're getting upset about at the minute. Is the idea that horizontal being a straight line.
It's simply brilliant.
How can you go against that? But I mean, that's offensive. Blue Marble Science is telling us now that, you know, like how easily he gets offended. Well,
dude, I remember you had him backpedal that one time. You played it in a bit. I don't know what video you put it in, but I started to make a video about it, but I didn't. It was so funny because you were just saying, you know, what the way we were taught and the way we see it in reality. And he said levels horizontal, and he's like, wait, no. I mean, he backpedaled, man. It was so funny. He said it all calm and cool, like he was teaching you something, and he didn't realize what he said and backpedaled. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I remember that. I've got it saved. Funny, I think we were talking about elevation. We were talking about elevation and how elevation is measured as a change in the vertical, which is the separation of the level from horizontal would be measured in a vertical change. And they have a contradiction there because they have it as a change in elevation but are not a change in elevation.
Yeah, you don't catch Blue off guard like that very often, and that's what makes it funny, man.
But it's still there. It's a glaring error right in the middle of their entire thing. But I mean, they can't let go of it.
You're right. It shows what was going on in his head, just like normal thought. He thinks like everybody else, like even people who think you live on a ball, you know, like if I said I'm going to take a 20-mile rope and put a guy on each side of a lake and it's the magical rope and it'll pull tight. And I ask any glober in the world, not in this debate, if I say, hey, if I pull it down 5 feet in the middle and pull it tight on each end, what's going to happen in the middle? They're all going to say that it's going to go to the top. You know, when you pull it tight, it's going to go to the top. But even though on a globe, it's going to go down over that distance, it's going to go down several more feet, you know, but in their minds, they think just like we all think, you know, levels horizontal, and we call it how we see it. The horizon is perpendicular to vertical, man, everywhere. And his brain thinks like that too, but he got caught slipping, man. But that was a funny one.
Welcome to come in, Blue, if you want to come in. Join the chat. Anybody else that wants to come in? Now's your chance. Free for all. I was hoping,
and all bullshit aside, Blue, if you could come in and show me how to determine the pi, like if it varies. I've always seen it as a constant, and I looked it up. It's constant, but you know, whatever. I'm not past learning anything, even if I don't agree with your model. I don't, you know, I like to learn things. I was hoping you could come in and show us about how to determine the value of pi, like on a sphere. I was genuinely curious about how to determine what pi you give it, and I'm sure you know. If you don't mind, if you got a minute, Blue, I would sure appreciate it. I'll quit fucking with you for a minute.
I think it's anything from very close to what you know pi to be the constant to 2. I think that's what Blue was saying.
I can't help but laugh. Pi 2. or 2.1 or anything in between 3.14159.
Yeah,
No.
well, it would only be the value that you know it on an infinitely small circle. Like, infinitely small.
Well, until he explains it, I'm just going to think of it as a patch-all, like their refraction, like 7/6 or infinite over 6. I mean, that's ridiculous, but to me, it's just a patchwork, a mathematical patch. And to me, until he explains it to me, that's how I'm gonna see it. Is just making pi whatever the hell you want to.
Well, no.
You know?
What you do is you take it as it is, right? Mathematics is a well-known science, right? It's an exact science. It's one of the most exact sciences. And geometrically, the ratio of pi is known to be not known, right? They know it that exactly, that they know that they can't find the actual number to billions of digits. That's how exactly that they know that they don't know what the number is. And Blue Marble Science is saying, not that.
As usual.
Yeah, so it's not. But it's obvious that Blue Marble's just making shit up, like they have been for years.
Yeah, like they're patching it, man. But it's a constant. Pi is a freaking constant. Even though it's not exact, it's infinite. But that goes down to like with the infinite over 6R, Rumpus saying you could see your butt in the telescope you could see far enough. That makes anything unfalsifiable. That's like say, so you say that like a circle in their world is a bunch of straight lines, a bunch of little straight lines, and then the more the circle, like the smaller the line. So if you made a microscopic, it would look like a circle, even though it was a bunch of straight lines, like a disco ball. Is what I'm thinking in my head. And so infinite over 6R, they just got to make it where the flat part, that flat line is 24,000 miles, I guess, if they're going to go out to damn near infinity. But yeah, just saying infinity makes it not mathematical. But you know what I'm saying? It's just I don't even know where to start, man. I'm just going a million things in my head trying to get them off my chest while I got you.
So Brian, Blue Marble Science said, I did a video on that, Brian. Get Bev to play it if you can, but I think he's afraid to. So apparently Blue's done a video on it.
Yeah, he's done a video. That's what Brian said. He said he's watched it. He would like to know how Blue would do it.
I seen a video where he claimed that pi was between 2 and 3.14159. I got a chuckle out of it. It was new to me, but I didn't see how he explained how. I must have missed that part, I guess. So he went on to explain his quote, air quotes, model and how he changed pi.
How pi would have to change on his model. That's what you're after, right?
So they got a 2-dimensional spherical surface with a radius that they can't prove, and now they're changing pi.
No. It doesn't have a radius. You have to get rid of it.
He said the radius is on the surface.
Yeah.
So or otherwise it's curved, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's how pi changes, because the radius of the big sphere that actually has the radius, the relationship of pi that you would imagine. That's not the one that they're imagining now. You've got to imagine a new one.
Boy, this just keeps getting better all the time. Yeah. This just keeps getting better and better.
What Blue's basically telling you is, if they did have to change pi to be on the surface of their imagined model, then it would have to change, but it doesn't change. So you could say, therefore, well, I'll leave that up to you.
You can make a conclusion from it, though.
Yeah, you can do a therefore something. But Blue goes, therefore, 'tis globe. Somehow.
'Tis globe.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very strange, like this. You'd have to call it a paralogism on Blue's behalf. Because it's definitely not logical.
So Blue says spherical pi and pi aren't the same things, Brian. I did the full derivation of it in the video. So
I apologize. I missed that part.
there,
I have
there
to.
you go.
But did he say? Does anybody remember how to determine pi? I mean, I've always known pi and I always will as 3.14159 whatever, and it's constant and it's infinite. You know, it's like the best they can get.
Well, pi's not really a number, though, is it, Brian? I mean,
Right. It's not a
make it a number. It's a ratio.
Yeah.
Of diameter to circumference, right?
But I didn't see how they determine. Like he told me the range, which like I said, I got a chuckle out of. But out of curiosity, did he ever say how he determined it? Don't tell me. They get the value of pi after the rest of their figures. They insert it as needed. I'm pretty sure, but I honestly didn't see that part. But that's my guess, is they tell you the value of pi as needed.
Well, no, pi never changes. This is what you've got to get out of this, the logical statement, right? Pi is constant. But were pi to be on the surface of Blue Marble scientific model, then pi would change. But we could say, but pi doesn't change. Therefore,
right, we got to think of a name for what, ball pi, blue pi, because it ain't pi.
Yeah, not pi. They're not that.
Okay, it's not that. Gotcha.
It's called. We call it here, not pi. Because it isn't pi.
Yeah, you can just do the pi symbol and then just put the slash through it.
Yeah,
it's the circle and the circle.
No,
and
I just put a big knot. Not it's just like a big knot, just to make it simple, right? No mathematical shit about it. Everybody knows pi is pi.
The pi symbol with a circle and a slash through it.
Yeah, I suppose you could put it like as a globe, wouldn't you? Your circle. You could like even colour it blue and put pi in the middle of that with a big cross through the middle of it.
Yeah, well, I think the circle with the slash through it, because in actuality that becomes pi, doesn't it? Diameter, circumference.
Yeah.
It's just a not pi. It's not pi.
Yeah, we got to credit Brian with that one.
Not pi. But Blue knows it's not pi as well. It's one of these things that Blue just talks about the not that with some sort of idea that he's talking about something.
No. Hang on, Bev. He calls it spherical pi.
Yeah.
So it's not pi.
It's not pi.
So it's not pi.
Yeah.
Something other than pi.
How did you get the sphere in the first place? I mean, come on, a stolen concept as best we've seen it.
Yep. Buster's got it. If people can't see these sort of things by now.
The assumptions are freaking just baffling. They just take it as grace. It's unbelievable, man.
You can't get the sphere without pi. So how are you supposed that you can change pi? Because your sphere would change. And it can't change because it's a fucking constant. It wouldn't be a sphere anymore.
I gotta say, the YouTube chat's been great. It's been great tonight. Flat fact says, to take us back to the beginning, oblation pie. I love it. Well done, flat fact. Well done. I gotta run, guys. So you have to watch the YouTube chat for the fun and games going on there. It's been good tonight. All right, I'll catch you all.
Take it easy, man.
Thank you, man. Cheers.
All right.
Prolation pie.
Is Blue still in the chat? He is, isn't he? Hey, Blue, I've not been watching this chat for quite a while.
Could he join if he wanted to join? Like, is he? Yeah, 'cause, I mean, every time he comes in, it's always decent, man. I ain't never, you know, I'd seen him get a little aggravated, but never like to the point of needing a shot or nothing like that. You know, I've seen him stress out a little bit over just the simplicity of your arguments, which is weird, but not that bad. I mean, he seems to enjoy himself when he comes in here. I mean, dude, they act like they behind you definitely live rent free in their head. That is for sure. And they act like, I mean, this one guy, I forgot who it is, but he keeps saying over and over that I mean, like he's just doing it on purpose. He's in Blue Stream, and every chance he gets, he just says how you always claimed that the Earth is flat, and until you stop claiming that. And I'm like, dude, I don't think Bev. I mean, I've known you for a long time. I've been around for a long time, and I've never heard. I mean, you're consistent with it, you know.
Yeah, I've
and
never said it's flat. It'd be silly.
right, this guy's lying through his teeth, man.
Mhm.
But he's doing it on purpose. And like I said, he says it every chance he gets. And here's the thing. It's like I'm telling a couple flat earthers, you've heard them, you know, they come in and try to say, you know, you are a flat earther, this, that. And I'm like, look, the way Bev is, that should aggravate ballers. I've heard Bev, like I've made videos on your behalf from you getting ballers to argue for flat. It's hilarious. They don't even realize they're doing it sometimes. And it's supposed to aggravate them. It's not supposed to aggravate flat earthers, you know. And like it doesn't bother me, SC Rob, you know, and it's supposed to, you know, if anything, it could bother the ballers. But so that's what we're going over in Discord, you know, for the people who commented. But most people are cool with it, man. They know how you are. You're consistent, and you're detailed. You know, you call it advanced simplicity. I respect that, man. I respect
Just stick
that.
to what is. That's the only thing that we do here, right? Honesty and stick to what is.
Yeah, and that's why I was baffled by Brian's little comment this morning, calling us the worst anti-reality people out there.
Right. It's great, dude. And like that, like I mean, who Bev is really a hard guy not to like. I mean, he's laid back every now. You have to do something pretty bad to get him riled up. You know what I'm saying? He's respectful. He's got a sense of humor, you know, sometimes when in debates and all that. But I mean, he's a decent guy,
Brian,
man. He's hard to fight with, man.
I heard Bev call someone a dickhead once.
That was for effect.
I'm just bugging. I think Bev's the best guy around here.
Yeah, we're only here for a laugh anyway, Brian. I mean, like, that's all we do. Talk about real stuff and do what we do. Logos leads us all the way.
You call it how you see it, bro. There's nothing wrong with that. You call it how you see it, and the things you say, you can't argue them. Listening to people argue them is they sound ridiculous to me. And it's like other flat earthers is like, no, don't y'all argue just a simple geometric statement. How are you gonna fucking, excuse me, argue a simple geometric statement that wasn't even put toward you? It's like ridiculous, man. Sorry to go on and on about it, but it kills me to hear my comrades argue simplicity against it.
Yeah, it's a good job people are seeing that. The whole idea was to simplify everything as much as we can. And now we've got, thanks for Raven for bringing us the trivium, we get a chance to simplify the argument properly, correctly, right? To make the argument as simple as possible. To make the statements that we have. I mean, what a year. What a start to a year. To find out that flat earth math literally says that you cannot assume horizontal is a straight line. Otherwise, you're assuming it's not a globe.
Yeah, they go as far as saying is flat is curved. That's their stance. Flat's curved.
Flat, which means level, which means curved. Rumpus. A equals B equals C.
Yeah.
That's how you make flat curved. But that's what they do. That's what they have to do within their minds. Blue Marble Science. I mean, I was hoping if Blue was gonna. He's been shouting about 1v1s with everybody. You 1v1 with you. B-Ball for Life was in this morning. Sorry, Earth is Life. Changed his name.
Yeah, that's my nemesis, man.
He came in this morning. He wanted a 1v1 with Askin. Shout out Askin. Askin said, B-Ball, you won't do that 1v1. You'll bitch out. And he was right. He did. B-Ball just bitched out. Gone. So I don't know whether it was meant to look some good stuff for for the people out there, for the onlookers.
Yeah, man, I'd like to debate B-Ball one-on-one, man. I mean, I have little segments where I got him one-on-one. I think I made a couple videos. I'll see if I can find it and post it. But over at Jose's a long time ago. But it's been a while since I've been there. But yeah, I have a couple things I could say to him, but I'll just say it to his face, man, and maybe we can get a debate. Maybe me and him could do a one-on-one.
Well, I'd consider B-Ball as like a farmer's boy. He always likes to come in a crowd and shout from the back. And eventually he might get brave enough to come and have a conversation, but he soon realizes that he's not up to par and he has to get out and somebody else has to come and save him.
Right. So, when you ask him the questions, that's when he, but I will give him this, like, as far as I wouldn't put him on Farmer's Boy's level, because Farmer's Boy, at least B-Ball brings some arguments in his mind are sound. And which we punched holes in them, but to him they're sound. Farmers don't ever bring any argument. He just talks shit. He never brings any argument at all. Not even an attempt of an argument.
Yeah. I was only using Farmer's Boy as a base and working from that because the Farmer's Boy character is the one that just sits in the background saying stuff that you can never counter because he's always gone, disappeared.
Dude, he said something. I made a video of him, or I don't think it was about him, but he was in it. It might have been, but it's I'm gonna post this one for sure. But he's sitting there talking about the ISS, and he's talking about how he's like the primary mission is. He sound like freaking Captain Kirk talking like Stardate log. The primary mission is to refuel the captain. It's funny the way he was talking, man. Like he's part of the team or something up there, man. It is funny, man. Talk about primary mission. Oh God, man.
Yeah, he was posting some pictures this morning. So yeah, B-Ball. I don't know whether he's going to come back or whether he's too high a level. He's right. Askin's about a 5. If we're a 4, then Askin's definitely a 5.
I'm not sure who is he in here a lot?
Askin?
Yeah.
He's everywhere all at the same time. He's like within the coding of the computer system. Askin. He's everywhere.
Okay. But B-Ball always brings up the he brings up the plane routes, and I mean I'm to this stage here with maps and all this. When they're talking about maps of the entire world, it's like I asked them, and it kind of ties them up a little bit, because hypothetically I asked them this. So if the Earth was flat, okay, let's just leave everything behind and let's just enter this little thought experiment, hypothetical. If we use the stars to map our world, okay, or our known world, or what we think the world is, okay, and we use longitude and latitude, and we find out that it's the stars refracting. We find out that it's not the ground bending, it's the light bending. And and it bends, not much up close or, within a few hundred miles, but then it starts, over long distances, it starts and it's pretty consistent, and you get 60 nautical miles per degree, but it's just apparent, and it's not the ground bending, it's light bending. How would you map that? In other words, if you're starting with a concentric place in the middle and you mapped it like with longitude, latitude, then you're going to get something just like the A map, but the distances would have to be put in detail on the map, because you're still going to get, everything's going to be the same. Basically, everything's going to be 60 nautical miles per degree. But like I said, it's the light curve, and it's going to map exactly the same. But you'd have to just scale the distances per longitude. You'd have to put that in detail. But it would map pretty much exactly the same. My point is I challenge them. How could they get a perfect flat map? Even if the ground was flat, it wouldn't work out like that. If we mapped all the shit using the stars and the sun and the moon, using the heavens, if it was apparent, it'd map out the same. So basically, Google Earth would work exactly the same. It just, when you zoomed out, it wouldn't be a ball. Is the way I see it. Just a thought, man. Free for all Friday.
Well, I wouldn't know, because if, for instance, the light bent, in which direction would it bend? And how would you know that? If, along with light bending, would straight lines change along with that?
Not in reality, no. No. I'd say this.
So you
with
can't
the
have
stars,
light bending, can you really?
well, bending is a lack of, for a lack of better word, let's just say changing angles over distance. And it's hypothetical. So yeah, I mean, the criticism is fair, but it's just saying changing angles, because I would agree that it's pretty consistent. I've never really like gung ho checked it, but I have no reason to deny that the stars, like Polaris, changes roughly 60 nautical miles per degree. I have no reason to doubt that, and I know that it takes a long way for the math to miss by 1 degree. It takes about almost 1,500 miles. So it's a little over 1,400 miles before it's off by 1 full degree. So that
you do see the fallacy within that, though, right? That if you say it changes by 60 nautical miles per degree, then you go and watch just 1 degree change over a distance, and you just say that distance is 60 nautical miles.
Yeah. Who's testing this shit? But here's,
well, no,
I don't have any.
You've done. That's all you've done. You've just said a 1 degree change is 60 nautical miles. Like, what are you referring the 60 nautical miles to? You're referring it to the angle, and you're referring the angle to the distance. It's circular.
It is circular. It is circular, man. But yeah, I could agree with that, or I could counter that. So let me think for a second. What do I want to do right now? Okay, I'll counter it. Well, let me say this. So it does break, if I do the math, like with side-on Muppet vision, I understand that it's, not the way we see things, but it does break down, like it doesn't just break down immediately when they, like Sean Hawkins challenge, 69 mile per degree Polaris challenge. That's horseshit. Flat Soy, shout out to him. He's explained that, and I've explained it in another way. So there's multiple ways to solve that challenge. But here's the thing: as far as just the basic Muppet vision perspective, when you get about 1,500 miles away, it's you're off by a degree, and then it compiles. So that's why I say, even just within the model, arguing within the model, I could have no problem saying that refraction or whatever it might be, or even a celestial dome, whatever, is changing angles over them distances. I don't see nothing crazy. It's spot on for a few hundred miles, not even a arc second off, I think, until you get past 3 degrees, which is like over 200 miles. But yeah, it's all within the model. It's all within the model. So I can't argue with what you said, Bev. But like I said, Free For All Friday, I'm just bringing my perspective to some of these arguments, man.
It's not an argument. It's the fact that there is a measured one, and that's 1 degree for 69 miles. But they can't measure it on the water, so what they say is, well, we'll call that 60 nautical miles. They can't measure it.
Yep.
That's just what they say. They could have said, we'll call that 100 nautical miles. Wouldn't have made any difference.
That's a good point. Nobody's, that's, I don't know, man. That's the main, nobody can prove any of this stuff, period, especially over bodies of water. It's ridiculous. That's really where I should, instead of driving myself crazy trying to think of solutions, I need to just go really back to the simplicity that nobody's going to prove any of this shit, especially over bodies of water like that.
But they've
We
just
have
related it
geometric
to an
proofs,
angle.
though.
Yeah, there are proofs.
Yep. But the celestial nav is just basically, it has the stars just all doing a circle around Polaris, period. They don't like it when I say that, but that's all it is a celestial equator, and it's broken down into 4 quadrants: east and west, north and south. Like, why would they break it down into 4 quadrants? Why wouldn't they just go from 0 to 180? If it's all coherent sphere, they wouldn't need to break it down into quadrants like that. I mean, to me, I don't know, man. I'm already veering off to simplicity, ain't I? And then they talk about the like 180 degrees, okay, and say that they do the celestial navigation like above 30 degrees for their accuracy above the horizon. The stars do stall on the horizon, and it's not exact, but I've never seen them. I've seen a couple stars, a couple bright ones almost touch the water, but they have a little spot that they all fade out and they slow down as they go off in the distance. That's exactly what I would expect on a flat plane, where they say the sun is already set. Really, it's not really there, but we're seeing it. It would slow down in reality if it's dropping just from our perspective. So we would expect that. We would predict that, and that is what happens in reality. But as far as I was going to say, wait, I need 1 second, but I had one other good point to make.
It's just lights in the sky. How many times have you ever imagined that you'd be talking about lights in the sky? Arguing about stuff.
Yeah, I didn't.
But I'm pretty sure 10th man, Nathan Oakley, have ended up getting everybody to look at the lights in the sky. Try and make arguments around it.
And I've been saying for years, we got to stop looking at lights in the sky to prove the ground that we stand on.
That's a good point, Rob. That's actually well put. They go right to the damn sky, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we even got flat earthers doing it now. It's driving me fucking nuts.
Yeah, bro, I'm driving my own self nuts, and I veered because I had so many other things to say, and I forgot my main damn point, man. And it was a pretty good one too, man. While we're on the subject, man.
It'll come back. But I'm with Rob. I can't see the point of looking at the lights in the sky.
Oh yeah, man. Sorry, I knew right when you started talking it'd come back. But if I forget again, can you mind if I?
Yeah, go
It would like they talk about 180 degrees. Okay, so the 30 and then the 30 that leaves 120 degrees of measurable, accurate quotes. Air quotes. But dude, that's not the way we see. Like, we don't see. They get so caught up in the Muppet vision that they start talking in the 180 degrees. When it's more like 15,000 degrees, because you got it ain't just one horizon to the next. You got the full circle, and I never hear them talk about the actual real life measurements, like perspective with degrees, because it's a lot more than 90 degrees right out in front of us. You got your right to left, it's called reality. And that makes it like just one direction, like 8,000 degrees worth of observations we could make. So that shows just the way it's broke down into a model, into like 2 dimensions. It's just 2-dimensional Muppet world, basically. But that's the last thing, Rob. That's definitely the last thing, man. That's just a basic common sense. Why are you using the lights in the sky to prove the shape of the ground? That should shut it down, because that's solid, really.
And don't call Earth water.
Don't capitalize that E. Shouldn't be
Big E.
glorified. Yeah, you don't want big E.
I've seen that Kansas is flatter than a pancake thing, because when I think I got Rumpus to say that flat was curved. I made a video out of it a long time ago, man. I feel like I'm the first to get him to say that. I might not have been, but a little back pat just for the moment. It was a long time ago, and I made a video. So I was like, so now 2017, I think it was, and I was like, so 2017. Flat is curved, the rumpus. And you heard it here first, folks. I was joking. And like I said, I don't know if I was the first, but it was a long time ago. And because he was saying that the salt flats are curved. And then so we were talking about they did an article, a university, and they took the geodetic data and whatever, or one of the vertical datums, and said that, Kansas was flatter than a pancake. The state I live in happens to be the flattest in the, out of all the states. It's the closest to flat. Okay. But Kansas was like, I think it's 6th place or something. And they showed. And so they're talking about flat is curved, but here's the problem. They went above and beyond and made a graph of Kansas, of the topology, and it wasn't curved. It was freaking as is, the way we see, any planar surveys, basically any real world surveys, I should say. And I was like wondering how they would argue that. Like, they could say flat's curved. Yeah, in your mind, flat's curved. But here, when they say Kansas is flatter than a pancake, they show in the graph. And the first time around, a long time ago, when I seen that, I never seen the graph, the illustration. But when they illustrate it, it's planar, and it's literally flatter than a pancake, because they actually put the pancake in the graph too.
Pancake have some big divots in them, don't they? Because pancakes aren't flat. Yeah.
Yeah. Pancakes aren't flat, but Kansas is flatter than a pancake. And my state is the flattest. We're the closest to flat.
Well, don't have to tell me. I live in a part that I didn't even realise. It's called a coastal plain. We've got a 27-mile canal with no locks, right? For 27 miles, it goes from one place to the other with no locks. And it's in a place that they call a coastal plain. AIN.
What's the longest straight stretch around you, like within reason, like within 30, 40 miles or something? Is there any long stretches, like 2, 3, 4 mile stretches, or is it bendy?
On the canal?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think you could probably get about 2 miles-ish. You'd probably be pushing it, though. It's on the side of a canal. And they had to take all of the land contours and everything for cuts and whatnot. That they could.
Yeah, I remember seeing. I didn't pay attention to the big picture, but I remember seeing the when y'all were out there. I caught a good bit of that when y'all were out there with your instruments and your water levels and stuff. That was pretty neat. I still to this day think you don't give yourself enough credit for everything you did out there, but we'll talk about that another day. But did you see
Right. We've not finished that. That was just testing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you called it out there. You called measurements. They seemed to obey.
We've tested
reality.
it, we've checked it, we've done everything we need to do. Yeah, there will be more.
But when the ballers are talking to you, they're talking about why didn't you measure it? And I'm like, they should watch, and they'd see that you did do some measurements. Like they're just they didn't see it, so they're just talking out of ignorance. But did you see Jay Tolan Media? This is very interesting. If you didn't, he did a video where he took a theodolite. He's a pretty smart guy, man. He's model afflicted like myself, but he took a theodolite and did some pretty precision measurements of the California aqueduct, and he showed it. And it when you first watch the video, it's looking like a ball. This aqueduct is literally following the 8 inches per mile squared within reason, but he was smart enough to look at the big picture. Then he went down and measured the water, and even though the aqueduct was dropping over distance, it had a gentle slope to it, I guess, so the water could drain naturally or flow in a certain direction slowly. But the water didn't give a shit about the slope of the aqueduct itself. And so when he went down, and then he went 2 miles down, it had dropped. I think he went 1.5 miles, and it dropped like 2 feet. So the water obeyed. And so if you're a baller watching this video, you're going to be like, yeah, that look, see there, the aqueduct is it's level and it's curving. But then he checked, but the water didn't give a shit about any of that, and the water held true, and the water didn't follow that contour. And that's pretty damning to the Glovers, man. They don't talk about that one too much.
It's an aqueduct, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna post it. I shortened that video. Where should I post it? For this is a real good one. I kind of consolidated the main points in this video. But where should I post this? And
put it in the live chat.
Okay, I'm gonna do that, man.
An aqueduct's for the transference of water from one place to the other. Slightly different to a canal, but I mean there is a drop, obviously, because you want the water to flow, to go from one place to another.
Exactly right. Let me see. I'll find this thing. I'll get this thing up in just 1 minute. Here it is. All right. Let's see.
What have you got?
Here it is. This is my channel Flat Earth Test, my main channel. It's measuring water level with precision instruments, and like I said, I shortened it and got kind of right to the point. But even still, it was a little over 8 minutes, But his video was longer than that, and I like watching his videos. It shout out to Jay Tolan Media for anybody interested. Most of y'all probably heard of him, but if you haven't, he does some long distance observations, like up in airplanes. He shows like some of his clear days where he could just see like just miles, literally, like hundreds of miles. It's damning to the globe, in my opinion. And he's a pretty smart fella.
Is that not a little bit misleading though? Because if you're talking about an aqueduct, is the water level?
Well, it's got a teeny flow to it. I mean, it's minimum, and they have some the gates flow underneath, so they can get flow going. So they open the gates, and so you can have a little bit of variance, but not much. And it's almost slick how they do it. It's in my video how he covered it, how he talked to the guy who worked there, and the guy said that the water does build up a little bit, and then it flows underneath. It's almost like a trick. Like if we didn't know that, we never tell them what we might think. But yeah, so the gates open underneath for the water to flow at the bottom, and so there's a slope. So in other words, that slope is an earth curve. That's the whole point. So yeah, if you upon first glance you're looking at it, you're measuring it, and you're getting what you could interpret as curvature, but it's slope. And that's how everything is, like basically rise over run. It's how we do things in real life when we lay things out. I've done miles of curb a long time ago, but when I laid it out, basically if it's anything dropping 8 inches, that's minimal slope, but still, then I know that the water's going to go that way. It ain't level because it dropped 8 inches. It's a slope. It's what we call out in the real world, and water will go that way.
Yeah, so I'd say that the water is the bit that isn't level there because you've got a flow.
Yeah, it is. You're right.
If you do the
right
rise over the run, right, then what you would end up with is the level. You'd need the level to work out the rise over the run for the slope.
You're right though, Bev. It is slightly off because of the flow, and you called it. And but he does get a tape measure down there, and it's what you would expect, And in reality, I'll give him that.
For the flow of the water. Yeah, it'll be exactly what's needed for the aqueduct to get from A to B with not too much of a slope, because you don't want to put turbulence in the water. So they know exactly whenever they built that what the grade of the entire thing would be. I mean, it's known. How can it not be?
Yeah, but they could pull a trick on you and show you. I'm saying that if anybody not privy to this knowledge, they could get into globe. They like bring up all kinds of shit, and they could show these blueprints or whatever, and show the layout and call it earth curve when it's not. It's slope. And so if they ever try to pull anything like that, remember this.
Already now, right? If you assume horizontal to be a straight line, as in all of the elevation profiles that have ever existed, all to do with elevations that all architects have ever drawn, with a horizontal being straight line, well, that's assuming it's a globe. It's not a globe, sorry. They get offended by it now. They've told us. So everybody knows that all of these drawings and elevation profiles are with a horizontal baseline. They know that.
Yeah, that's how it's done in the real world. I think they say any project over, I think it's 250 miles, then they talk, fingers in air quote, about Earth curve. But what project's over 250 miles? I don't know of any.
Well,
And
who'd be trying to fool whoever within that? The idea that, you know, that horizontal isn't actually a straight line, or who'd try and fool anybody? There's a grade of that aqueduct, a known grade to get the water from elevation back down to the town or city or wherever that it's meant to be at.
Roger that. Roger that.
Why would anybody have to lie about it?
Well, you know, why would they have to change pie? I don't know.
They don't. It's only because, like you said at the beginning, their arguments have changed, but their arguments have changed because they've talked to people like you, me. And they're willing to say anything now. They're even willing to say that it's offensive to them for horizontal to be a straight line. I mean, are you going to capitulate to that?
So, what is horizontal to them? I mean, what? I mean, I've went over this before. I guess it's a horizontal to them is a bowl, basically bowl shape, right?
It's a point.
It's a
point, but like when you add up all of those horizontal points, what do you imagine you might end up with?
The skateboard paradox. Shout out SC Montreal.
Well, you just end up with their God.
I like to put it like this. So in their world, if you take this to its logical conclusion, the way they're talking about a horizontal line in their world, if we go to Pontchartrain Bridge and we start, like I said, and we do half of it, so we're a quarter of the way off the bank, then we're looking from half to the bank. So we're looking at half of Pontchartrain and from the middle to the end, basically, if it's level in their world and the middle is their horizontal, then you have like 100 feet above the water in the middle, and then 100 feet above where the water touches the shore on the end. So if we backed up and looked at that, that would be what they have to call a straight line. And so backing up, looking at Pontchartrain, like from an orthogonal view, for them to draw out a straight line or make a straight bridge, it'd be a bowl. And like I said, shout out to SC's skateboard paradox, because that's straight to them. You'd wind up in the middle from either end if you're standing on a skateboard. How does that sit? I mean, how does that work in somebody's mind? I mean, I could see the argument, you know, we were raised globe, curvature, all this stuff, you know, and it's kind of engraved in my mind. But when you follow it out to the logical conclusion, that's straight to them. That bowl where you wind up in the middle on a skateboard is straight to them. So, you know, that's only if you call them out.
They get upset that horizontal is a straight line.
Oh, yeah.
So how can they have a straight now when they know that horizontal being straight is offensive? How can they call something else straight from now on? I'm not too sure where we go from here. Flat Earth math has opened up a crazy period where everybody's going to have to go into a mental conception of whatever it is that they imagine that they're thinking about. It's going to be crazy. Some minds are going to end up breaking.
Yeah, it's hurting my head thinking about that. Just how can they call that straight line? It just, God. And that brings me, I'm topic jumping, but that brings me to another point where I'm going to try and squeeze as many in as I can. So I've debated Mr. Sensible twice on Modern Day Debates, and you can go check it out if you want to. It was pretty cordial. But I put in some good points, but he stands behind this mage where he is trying to show this horizon I got so many problems with it. But just first and foremost, he's trying to compress it and show a little bit of what looks like curve toward the edges. And I'm like this. So in their world, at that elevation, the horizon is about, it's got a mathematical drop of about, I think, 7 degrees. And so straight out ahead, you'd call it 7 degrees. So picture you're way up in the sky and you got about a 7-degree drop straight ahead. And then a little bit to the right and a little bit to the left, you draw another straight line and it's also 7 degrees. So when you get to the edge where what is that? Is that all of a sudden like 8 degrees? No, because if I turn slightly to the right and look at one of them edges in real life, it's 7 degrees. It's basically a level circle. You call it a circle of sight. But how doesn't he get that? I'm pointing it out to him 100 ways. But is it a rose petal earth to him? Like where the curve starts back over if I turn 90 degrees? Where there's another little slight curve? They only ever show one horizon. Even in ISS, BS, and all these other shits in Mage, there's one horizon. It comes up with you. If we didn't have eyes, there wouldn't even be a horizon, in my opinion. The horizon is a function of our vision, basically, and it's a function of distance. And so I don't see how they sit well. We call that Earth curve when it's the same drop, all in a full circle, even in their model. It's a 7-degree drop all the way around them. No matter what direction they look, they're going to see the same distance out. So what they do, they try and argue this. They'll try and say that that's Earth curve, but then when you bring up like a boat between two islands, like if you're standing in the middle, way back, and they say that it looks like the boat's traveling a straight line, and it looks like the horizon's a straight line because it's equidistant, and then they forget that. That's their excuse for why we don't see the boat. Like if you're standing behind the boat watching it depart from you, you're supposed to watch it curve down and go out of vision. But if I'm standing off to the side, I see it do a straight shot, just like traveling on the horizon. And they, like I said, they call it equidistant, but they forget that with Mage. When it suits their argument, they forget all about it. But sorry to get long-winded. I hope y'all see what I'm saying this time.
Did I hear you say the horizon was a function of distance?
It absolutely is. And let me example it real quick before you critique it. One of my first videos was on my Flat Earth Test channel. It's a few years back, but it was a half-mile horizon because it was foggy. It was foggy. It wasn't foggy where you couldn't see right in front of you, but it was in the morning, so the fog was halfway lifted, but you couldn't see out very far. So the horizon was just right there in front of you, and that's just the horizon. That's an extreme example, but that's just to put you in the mindset of where I'm at. Where on a good clear day, the horizon is gonna, it's just basically gonna be undistinguishable between anything. And but on a day with not very good visibility, it's gonna be right there in front of you. So yeah, it's a function of distance. Without our eyes, there wouldn't be a horizon. Is what I say.
Weird that, isn't it? We've got perspective compression is a function of distance.
Yeah, there's a lot to it. I don't want to oversimplify it, but that's just the basics. Like on a good clear day in their world, on a good clear day, that's when all the refraction happens, and that's why we're seeing far. On a day where we ain't seeing that far, that's normal. That's their Earth curve. But on a good clear day, that's when it's everything's refracting where it looks flat in their world.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was Soundly said that, I think. Or maybe Rumpus. Perspective compression is a function of distance. Maybe we said it. I don't know. Can't remember. It's quite a long time ago. See that picture there? Like, that's a picture from Soundly. It's going to start coming round again. Hopefully, because I've done this as well. But, I mean, it's been brought up, hasn't it, by the guys. Do you see a horizon in that picture?
I'm trying to pull it up. Is it in
It's in the live chat. Live chat.
Live. Okay, let's see. Okay, perspective compression. It's a function of distance. See, that's not exactly what I meant, but okay. I see.
What did that?
Wow, is that almost looks like a cartoon, man. Just upon first glance, man, I'd sure hate to go over. I've actually been over that bridge more times than I can count because I lived in New Orleans for years back when I was younger, and I never traveled over a hump like that. You see that hump? Maybe that's the hump that Jesse measured. Do you see that?
Yeah,
that
I know, blue marble.
scale?
Do you reckon that can you see a horizon in that picture?
Yeah.
Is it in the middle of the picture?
Yep.
It's a mid-picture horizon.
Sure.
I see. I don't.
Hold on. Okay, the horizon I'm looking at, like the, yeah, you could say, and I was kind of looking at where like at the bottom of the trees is, but that's not technically the horizon. I guess the horizon, yeah, I guess really there really isn't a horizon. Now that you mention it, technically it'd be artificial because that's a good point, Bev.
The
head
horizon
scratcher,
is
man.
just the land, the point where the sky appears to meet the land or water or whatever, right? Now, over water, obviously, you end up with what we call a true horizon. That's horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Now, that horizon isn't a function of distance because it doesn't matter how far away it is. It's still horizontal. True horizon, that is. Now, all of the other horizons, like that one there, call them topographic or whatever. They're over land. They're not the true horizon. So,
Okay.
but you will hear people very soon mid-picture horizon because they need it to be. It's a different sort of thing. If they need that to be curving, they're going to have to put a mid-picture horizon, which obviously isn't a horizon. But magic trick, that's what they're going to do. Some people might have already done it mentally anyway.
What do you reckon that ramp is? Like a 10-12 pitch, man?
Oh, well, it's stacked. There's about 500 pictures there. And they're all stacked upon each other. That's why all of the cars look like dead. They're like vertical. Like everything, if you zoom in on all of the pictures or everything in there, cars or whatever, it just looks wrong. It all looks... I think there's about 300 to 500 pictures within that one.
That's ridiculous, man. I mean, I don't even know if my truck would make my truck. I don't think it'd make. I need to get a tune-up, man. I don't know if I could make it to New Orleans since they rebuilt that bridge. That's looking.
I bet you wouldn't
steep.
even notice it, would you? Like if you're
Yeah, you might
actually
not.
driving it, you may not even notice there's any humps in the bridge at all.
Dude, you might not even notice. Like I said, that's got to be what Soundly measured, man. He must have went off of this picture, maybe. I mean, not Soundly, but Jesse Kozlowski. Maybe he measured off this picture to get his hump.
Well, he did. It's where Walter Bisley made his model. It's the measurements that they got driving over this bridge made the entire fucking calculator. Walter Bisley. It's a pretty important picture. It was a pretty important weekend when they all went away and had that little fun trip. And Blue's made videos about it. Unclamping.
It's hilarious. Yeah, I've seen pictures. Yeah, that of it straight without all that artificial hump in the middle. But what was I was gonna say? So anybody who's seeing that, it's the Pontchartrain. What I'm looking at is the Pontchartrain Bridge with it looks artificial, and it looks like curvature at the end, but it looks like almost like Planet Pontchartrain. If you continued to curve, you'd probably have like a city-size Earth. But the main problem to me is that is I mean, shoot, there's 100 problems.
Yeah,
But
Jesse Kozlowski joked about having a submarine car for the end part.
yeah,
where he
well,
went
that's what they
underwater.
would need. So that's exactly what they'd need. He's projecting because in their model, so everybody, I'm picturing it curved in. So picture what I said. So in their world, a straight line. So let's picture a straight line there. Instead of that, it's going to be underwater in the middle because it's going to be curving up 100 feet on each end, and that'll be a straight line, a line 100 foot above the shore and above the water on either end. So yeah, they definitely need a submarine if it was in their model. So he's projecting really. We argue this, man. Rakia, shout out to Rakia Life, man. He tore. It was a couple of them. I want to say it was Blue Marble Science and it was Kosho and Soundly, I think. Maybe it was just Kosho and Soundly. I forgot, but he tore them a new one about GPS. Like he went into it and he asked the right questions. And it just made me kind of simplify it. Like as far as the GPS satellites, I'm not going to get all into that, but I asked them, I made a set of questions and one of them was, how do GPS satellites know where they are? If they don't know where they are, then it's all worthless. So they all answer. You know, we position it, we tell it where it's at. So so Jesse Kozlowski shit doesn't prove anything. So if you're going to tell the satellites where they're at, then you're telling it they're curving around an Earth. So if you have 3 of them, then the 2 on the ends are lower than the one in the middle. Even if in reality, if there is shit up there, whatever, which I have no reason to doubt, then they be the same level. Like Starlink. I showed a video of a 700-mile stretch of little lights, Starlink, and they're traveling a dead straight line. Over 700 miles, there should be tons of curve. So if they're telling these satellites where they're at, and they're telling them that they're curving, then sure, that's just backing up your model. It's not proving shit.
Well, I think Jesse told them where the base station was. And that's at one of the universities or something. I think he said it was. I've been saying to these guys we're going to go back over all of that again.
We should. Anybody who's not seeing what I'm seeing, the picture that Soundly there's a couple humps in the bridge, and it's real long, and it's I'm pretty sure it's like for boats, bigger boats to go underneath. And in his picture, they are literally like a 70-degree freaking pitch. Like there's the one in the foreground, still a little ways away, but you see the cars going over it. They're like going straight up almost. That's what the little gradual rise, the little spot, like I said, the spot for the ships to go under, where it's a rise in the bridge. But in his picture, to show Earth curve, he's got this thing. It's steep. It's almost like a wall. The cars go straight up it and straight back down. It's hilarious. And they use this as some kind of proof. Like, what are they thinking?
Well, They're thinking that they've found a new technique to make it look like they've got some curvature, but it's stacked photos. Obviously.
He should have stacked them better.
I think they got exactly what they wanted out of it. Exactly what they wanted. But that was way back 2019 or something. We are going to be going over it again.
That's going to be fun, man.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun.
It's about time it comes back around again. And with David and Josh bringing it back up again, I think it's about time. I think it's about time Jesse Kozlowski came back as well, isn't it?
Yeah, I think he ran them off. I think he ran them guys off permanently, Bev. I'm gonna pat you on the back and give you credit for that one, man. These globe surveyors, they don't come around anymore, do they?
He needs to come back around though, right, Jesse? They can't just carry on doing what they're doing, leaving Blue Marble in charge, coming up with spherical pie. And I mean, you've got flat earth math saying you're not allowed to have straight horizontals. They're in need of I'd say they're in need of an Einstein to get around this one. They need to bring somebody back that knows what they're talking about. Some globe geometer that can sort of bend horizontals for them.
That's good, man. They need an Einstein.
We're at an Einstein moment in history. It's needed. Who's it?
That ain't even gonna work. That ain't even gonna work because I'll just sick Austin on him, man. And he broke down them arguments to the core, man. Got them tripping all over themselves. Everybody playing their role, man. Everybody's playing their role. That's his role, man. He does a good job of it too. I gotta admit. It's quick to the draw, man. And he in fact, if anybody, goes to my channel, I did a little breakdown short version of him teaching FTFE relativity. Like, I argued with him and other people, but the way he stated it and broke it down and held him to task, and pretty much the next week had him admitting, here's FTFE's in this Discord channel. It was 24/7 Cosmology Tartaria, and FTFE comes in the next week and he's like, I admit I was wrong, and I like that. I'm proud that a flat earther has me thinking and has me studying and taught me something. Like it's the first time ever wrong. Boy, it killed him to admit it. But then he act like he figured it all out in that little time off, and Austin just pinned him down and spanked him around again, man. Did the same thing with McToon. So I did two little short versions, kind of consolidated the debate and watch them pretty much contradict themselves within a couple sentences. It's funny, man. He schools them. Austin wits it. Anybody who doesn't know, it's hilarious.
So all they have is contradictions. It surprises me that they've been allowed to get away with them for so long. They only get away with them because of people that are compliant and sort of show them the contradictions. Then they go to work within their the Blue Marble scientific method to justify the contradiction and tell you that you were wrong to find out that they had a contradiction. And then they end up contradicting themselves again.
Right. That's Austin's prerogative. He's like, look, I'll bring this up first. He's like, until they can get past that, until they can admit that about the Michelson Morley and how relativity explains everything. I'm not even going to get into it deep. Go watch him but it's basically the null result of the Michelson Morley, which uses interferometry, which we use on a daily basis. Some people call it a parlor trick, but it's not, and it detects motion on a super precise level, and it didn't detect the Earth moving around the sun, and it's a whole argument. But he says if they can't admit that, then there's no point in moving on. So it's like a litmus test for all the globers, or he checks them, and they're finally coming around to where they have to agree with all their mainstream bullshit, because even their mainstream science is not backing up a globe. It's just basically saying there's no way to tell. It's relative. There's no way to know. And he's got a good point, because like they say, well, big deal. They try and say, well, it's still a sphere, even if it ain't moving around the sun, and it's still a sphere, and we're geocentric. But that brings up so many problems. Like, look, if we're not moving around the sun, then it's a whole list of problems that comes after that. Like your whole model is off whack. If we're not moving around the sun, because that's what explains all the other shit. And the distance of the sun, the fact we're supposed to be orbiting in their crazy model, and then you have a whole new compounding, escalating series of breakdowns in their model if that's the case. And so that's why they're so reluctant to admit the truth, and the truth is even in their science. It isn't proven. We do get a null result.
Well, they don't have any proof. They've admitted it. And they can't have a proof because they can't form an argument in favour of the globe.
They made that's true. That is absolutely. But even in their paradigm, they had to make it an unfalsifiable mathematical explanation, for lack of better words. It's an explanation of how time dilates and the apparatus contracts. So you just can't tell as long as you're on the Earth. And that's why we get a null result. We are moving around the sun, but the universe tricks us. I guess that's basically what it boils down to. That's kind of a little sarcasm, but in a way that the universe just tricks us, I guess. And that's why I was baffled when I went on to Nathan's, because I was like, man, this is a solid argument. I'm like, I must be missing something, and I'm not like a big ether fan. It makes sense to me. I like talking about it, but I'm not married to it. But by the end of the FED show, they had me married to it, and this is a few months ago, and he wound up treating me the same way he treated Austin, not quite as bad, but damn near, and muting me and all that, when I was just trying to figure out, like, what is it? There's got to be something that I'm missing. Like, why are y'all so against it? Whether you agree with it or not over there, like, they are just passionate, and they get, he will tear you a fucking new one. He did it to Lemon Bird, to Sin Cleanser, to Die Slow, to Austin, to me, he's reamed. Like I said, he only debates flat earthers now, and he, with no respect, reams them. So if you're listening, any of the FED crew, tighten up, man. Y'all used to have a great show, and I want to say something good. I don't want to end on a bad note. Y'all were the tip of the spear. You were growing. It was great. We all looked up to you, and we didn't have to agree on everything, but we respected, and pretty much came together on all the arguments. And now look at what you got going now. It's divided. Who cares if we don't see eye to eye, man? We're never, ever going to see eye to eye on everything. Just how about a little respect to your comrades, and start bashing the globers like that again. That's what made your channel, Nathan, is bashing globers who would lie and would deserve the treatment they got, and would come in down talking to you like they're teaching your teacher or something. And so they, in our eyes, they deserve the treatment they got, man. But now you're taking out on flat earthers. Like, go back to what made you, and grow again, and get our respect back, man. And we don't have to agree, man, on everything, man. We don't have to agree. We respect you, for who you are, as long as you treat us with respect, man.
We've been saying for a bit, QE as well, that they're cleaning it up. They're sorting out all of the flat earthers.
He went over a rant, dude, about how Jaron's costing him money, costing him money, and that's how he feeds his kids all this shit, and made a big deal like that. You don't do that. You just don't go that low, man. You don't just talk about a man's livelihood, and then for you just calling it, being Bev and who you are, and calling it how you see it, tried and true, geometry, advanced simplicity. He should know that. If he watched you, he would know that and have no problem with it. And he's sitting there talking about everybody needs to unsubscribe to your channel, and if anybody's supporting you, they need to stop. Like, didn't you just say that you don't go that low? You don't stoop that low to another man when you're messing with his livelihood, and then 3 weeks later you're doing the same shit. Like, I could go on and on about the contradictions, but I still love the guys, man. I still love them. If you're hearing me, I know it's your fist, but I'm just calling it how I see it. I still love y'all. But, man, get back on the right track, man. Go start debating again. Don't debate the flat earthers, debate the globers. And,
Yeah, I think it's by design. I think there's a lot of people realizing, like once you've been actually in this, because I mean, we're at a strange place of all of this. Like, not being a flat earther, but having certain group of people absolutely fucking obsessed with everything that we do. They've been trying to smear us. They've been trying to poison the well. They've done all sorts of different tactics with different ways. And Nathan's doing exactly the same now. Whatever's happening at the minute, I think the people that have been in this thing, they've had enough.
They have, man. It's
burning
showing.
it down.
It's showing. If I could go back in time, Bev, I would take the stance, a true, advanced, simplistic, honest, mathematical stance myself, man. If I could go back in time, man, because it's, nobody likes to label, and I respect that. Like, I came in right off the bat, the first time I've ever really talked to you on this channel. It's been a while, we've been around, but I would take the stance too, man, because it's funny, like I said, watching the ballers squirm to try and it drives them crazy to try and tell you what you are, and they just got to put that label on you. But so I respect that. You call it how you see it, and you're consistent with that. I respect that. You don't want to be labeled. That's great. I wish, like I said, if I go back in time, I would. But watching flat earthers like squirm over it, what a joke, man. It ain't made for you to squirm. It's a man who's calls how he sees it. He's called it this way from the beginning, and now all of a sudden you have a problem these years later. What the F, man? It's like now they're squirming like the ballers. And of course, the ballers, Blue Marble, and all them are agreeing with Nathan. Like, you are a flat earther, Bev, and shit. Like, geez whiz. Now, if you ever are agreeing with Globers, you might want to take a step back and just rethink your position, man. And just for a second, take a step back, rethink it. If you're agreeing with some of these guys, there's a chance you might be on the wrong side of that argument. Especially if you're arguing against geometry. Pathetic, man.
Well, you say, we've not really been arguing about anything here. What we've been trying to do is let people know that the simplicity of an argument, right? Just making your own argument rather than using anybody else's. Seeing how simple it all is. But yeah, they get upset. And I think the only reason that they're doing that is because, well, I don't think they've got an argument themselves. I think pretty much like the like the Globe gang who don't actually have an argument. I think that's what these other guys have found out. What they've been living with or pretending or touting as some sort of an argument just isn't.
Yeah, and it's and I tell you what, and I'm tip of the spear. I consider myself because I'm always on the front lines arguing against some of the knuckleheads. You know, some of them are all right, some of them are knuckleheads. Like Zanuck, he's like my favorite knucklehead. I can't stand him, but I love to hate him, I guess. But you know, Austin, Nathan's bashed him and called him out. QE's toe tagged him and all that back in the past. And now they got these housekeeping questions, which is all fine and dandy, but they're no good. Look, if all you want to do is ask questions and you can't answer anything, then I can use these arguments. But a couple of them are all right, but most of them go nowhere in debates. In an actual discussion, you know, you could shut it down with some of the housekeeping questions, but then you got to answer questions too. You don't have to. You can lead, but the arguments just don't go that far. Is all I'm saying. They don't go very far, and they're good for shutting down the Globers who act like they know everything and they're teaching you something. But as far as debating with these guys on a daily basis, man, they don't go far at all, man. But they're solid. Don't get me wrong. They're solid arguments. But as far as an actual debate, and they only go so far, in my opinion.
Come on, Rob.
Hello? Yeah. Ask them to make a claim. Ask either side to make a claim or have an argument, and they come up with nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Here, we can make claims and back them up with proofs.
That's why I watch.
Thank you, Rob. Yeah. That's the point.
It's every time I look too, man, there's like more and more people watching, man. There's more and more people watching. And that's how it should be. That's how it should be. If you can back your shit up, it's good shit.
When people realize that they've had enough of the circular type argument that's been going on for, I don't know how many years people have been around here. Flat Earth Math said he's been in this for 14 years. 14 years, and he's still relying on straw men and
7. I got 7.
Yeah. That's a lot, right? It's a lot to put into something that you're passionate about. Spent a lot of time, whether just sort of talking to people or listening to different things. You've heard a lot of different stuff. Where's it going? Like, I don't think that old one, the one that Rob's been around for 7 years, it can't sustain itself for much longer.
It's slowed down, Bev. I'll give you that. But I'll tell you what, man, when we talk to these guys on a daily basis, it gets a little monotonous. But we are slowly but surely getting to the rock bottom of all their claims, and we've got them shut down without shutting it down.
No claims. There are no claims, and everything that you say, you come up with a rebuttal, isn't something that they've said.
It's again, yeah. That's kind of the point I made earlier about the 7 degrees. Like, this is a very same argument that they use, saying if we're watching a boat go from right to left from island to island, why it seems to go straight, but then when they get up high, so we found ways to use their own words against them with almost every topic, man. That's the point. It's we're getting to the core of their model, and their claims are they're running out of bullshit, because it's slowly but surely it's a process. They are running out of bullshit. But that's that's deep in the model, debate. That's what I'm kind of into. When I heard about this shit, I was fascinated, man, because I was like, how couldn't I see that other possibilities right in front of me my whole life? So it just kind of sucked me right in, man. I'll admit that I'm definitely model afflicted, always looking and thinking about it. But that's why I like to calm down and come here, man, and get to the basics, because that's really all you need. I mean, you stump them just calling it as reality, and it stumps them and it pisses them off. And they stumble over themselves just calling it how you see it. Just it's refreshing.
Yeah. We go into the logic this year, and we set it off. But I mean, talking about vertical and horizontal being perpendicular and flat Earth maths already told everyone you can't have a straight horizontal.
That reminded me of one more thing about Nathan and them. They were dogging you before you went on the show, talking about saying you could do fuck all with an angle. That's all you meant. With just an angle, you can't do shit, and you need more information. You ain't getting nothing mathematically with an angle. It's a geometric true statement, and and they were saying like oh, you mean like they're talking about like one tire. What are you gonna do with one tire? Like they ain't talking about that simple-minded shit. And then when you get on there, I think SC called him out, or Fred or you, and talking about what can you do with an angle, and then he's talking about I can write it down. I'm doing something with an angle. Like you just dog Bev the day before about common sense, and like you ain't talking about just with just an angle. And then he stoops as low as the same, except for his was bullshit. Yours was consistent, and never changed, man. And there's even songs about it. Like, where have they been, man? To go against you on that. Sorry to keep it. It bothered me, man. Still love the guys. Still a little upset, but I'm getting back to watching them and all that, man. I'm not trying to tell anybody to boycott or nothing like that, but
he'll be showing everybody soon.
I'm with you, Brian. Don't worry.
You wait. Nathan will be showing everybody exactly what he can do with that angle. There's no way he'll leave it without saying what he can do with it.
Bev, you can do fuck all with it.
No, he must be able to do something. I mean, look at all of that shit he's sparked up.
You're going to need a system. They don't like to make claims, but look, with that angle, you're going to need a system. And even if you don't want to use the almanac and take the angle, you're going to have to use latitudes and fake shit and model bullshit. With just an angle, you can't derive shit. Yeah, you can write it down, but you can't do anything with it. You come up with some clever shit. But as far as mathematically, with just an angle, like Ruhif and them were trying to, and Rumpus, and trying to say they're coming up with all this proof with these angles, not without your system and your longitude and latitude and almanacs and all this shit to even come up with any kind of argument at all. With just an angle, you can't do shit. It's as simple as that. It wasn't pointed toward you guys over there, FED. I don't see how y'all don't see that. And you're going to tear into Rob. I mean, tear into SC, tear into Fred, tear into just, start debating globers again, man. Quit disrespecting flat earthers. We ain't perfect, man. It's nothing wrong with being wrong, Nathan. Nothing wrong with it, man. Humble yourself, man. And quit arguing against geometry, for fuck's sake.
I'd just be happy to have a conversation, because there's loads of, like we do here, there's loads of proofs within all of this stuff. But one of the things that you have to be able to accept is that it isn't flat. You can't do all of this surveying stuff. There would be no need for surveying and measuring elevation changes if it were flat. So I think that's the big thing that Nathan can't seem to understand that you can't have an argument that relies on the geometric proofs of level being horizontal and what that implies, meaning that you can measure elevation changes. The very fact that there are elevation changes means it's not flat. You can't say it is flat and then have a geometric argument about how that's proved.
All right, you've only been saying this for years and years and years. It's like all of a sudden surprised them. And sorry, Emma, I left Emma out like of that list, and that was one of the main ones that upset me, man. Sorry, Emma. She's probably like reaching through the screen to punch me. Like, you forgot me. Yeah, her and myself. And Austin and like all the. I could just go on a list of names like Bob, Austin, Jaron, me, freaking Lemon Bird, Flat Earth Data, Bev, SE Montreal, Fred, freaking Sin Cleanser, freaking. I mean, dude, I could probably just keep going on and on if I wrote these down. Just reaming us, no respect, just talking to us like dirt because we're ain't 100% on board. We've got our own arguments and our own way of seeing things, man. That's okay. So I keep saying all this, man, because I just hope they'll maybe something will sink in, man. Maybe, maybe. If I didn't hope that it would, I wouldn't give a shit, y'all.
Well, as far as I can see, I mean, we've been trying to just tell everybody that we're just up for conversation. It doesn't matter what anybody is or whatever anybody thinks about anything. The whole point is for us to communicate. If we don't communicate, we're never going to be able to get anywhere with any sort of knowledge or the transference of that. We're just not. And it seems to me that Nathan has he wants to separate himself. He wants to elevate himself onto some sort of pedestal. Which is fine, because I have been saying for a fair bit that the flat earth needs its superheroes. And it looks like they've got them.
Yeah, but like when I was watching Flat Earth debate, like Neil would come in and he'd get exasperated. Like, man, we need to go somewhere and cry to the rooftops. Like, we're going nowhere with this shit. And I felt his pain and all that, man. And then at the same time, right about the same time, you got Austin going around, fighting fucking freedom against the bullshit that was going on, and going out and spreading the word, saying exactly what Neil's preaching to the FED crew, and getting upset for them not doing that. And here this young man starting a fucking family and woke and trying to, wake the rest of the world up, going to jail even, man, and sticking up for our rights and shit. And Neil just reams this motherfucker. Like, dude, do you not hear what you were saying just a few weeks ago? And you're gonna just bash this fucking young man, dude, like, who's a pretty smart guy, just because you don't see eye to eye. So that's what I was trying to get to earlier. Like, what is it about the ether that kills him, if it does exist? Which, okay, we can't prove it, whatever. But if it did, their model's gone. It's done and dusted scientifically, even in their own paradigm, in their own science. If we put our heads together and found a way to help prove it or stood behind it. But I was just saying, even if I don't agree with it, because like I said, I can't prove it or nothing. It's just an idea. It's a decent idea. But I was just trying to see, like, I must be missing something, because they're not only against it, like, they are just like Rottweiler vicious against the shit. And I was like, I must be missing something. Like, if it does exist, something must be tragically wrong with the flat earth or something. Like, there's got to be something I'm missing for them to be that against it, where they're just going to bash their comrades and into oblivion and just totally disrespect them and take a shit right on all of us for an idea that destroys the globe, like I said, their own paradigm. And the whole show, they never offered me anything. And I was like, so I still left wondering, what the fuck is it about it? It's just because we can't prove it, okay? But the idea of it is just worth you tearing our heads off. The idea itself, man. Not to mention, they never responded to any of Austin's arguments. They strawmanned him, but his actual arguments that he made a video, a response to, they never, Huey or Nathan or any of them guys never did an actual response to any of his points of his claims. And he made a lot of claims. And nobody responded to him. They just basically strawmanned him and just went downhill from there. from what I could see, they just went downhill. And in Discord rooms, there might be one or two strays on y'all's side over there, but they still, a lot of them still love you and shit. But they don't, nobody's gonna argue against geometry with y'all. I hate to say it, nobody's gonna argue against simple math.
Well, we already know that they don't have any arguments, so I mean that's an easy statement to make, that nobody's going to argue against it. I don't think it's strange, because within an arena, and especially the big places that have called themselves debate, there is no debate. They've never had a debate. They don't know what debate is, and they've swapped it. And now they've turned the idea of a debate into something without any argument. How you can have a debate without an argument, I don't know. That's what they've made it into, though.
Yeah, but I mean, the way they shut it down it's boring, man. Like I said, where he quit arguing with the Globers, man. But I wish he'd go back to it, man. I guarantee he'd pick. I guarantee you, man. If you started debating Globers or even arguing with them, or having it out with them, I guarantee you, man, you'd build right back up, man. 1,000 viewers, 500 viewers live and shit. I guarantee it, because that's what got you there. That's what got him there. That was his thing, and he deviated from it. But here's the thing: when they're talking about this celestial navigation, sorry, go ahead.
It's gone. That flat Earth that once was, that's 2019. That was a bit ago. That's not going to come back. It's gone.
No, it ain't. Here's the thing: when they're arguing celestial navigation, though, man, they're putting themselves in a model. When they argue that, like, so what is your argument? I mean, if it's just to debunk a globe, okay. But as far as, they have a system that works within their model. And I understand I understand the 90-degree argument and all that, but they're putting yourself, when you say that you could do something with an angle, like I said, you're having to get an almanac.
It's not that. They're doing something with lights in the sky. It's fucking ridiculous. It's ridiculous for the Globers to do it. So for the Flat Earthers to do it back again, it's a joke, obviously. Doesn't make any sense. I mean, how long had Nathan been going and talking to the Globers saying, you can't look at the lights in the sky. You can't divine what's under your feet by looking at the lights in the sky. He literally did that. He said it for ages. And it all changed for some reason.
Like apparent, not actual positions. Apparent positions, yeah. But like I said, they're putting themselves in a model, though. They're claiming latitudes. Basically, they're saying that they can look at the angle to Polaris and have a latitude. So don't stop there. If you're claiming latitudes, then you're claiming a model. And so they don't even realize they're deviating, like you're saying, they're deviating away from their basic, avoiding claim shit, and claiming latitude, claiming, I don't know, man. I'll chill out.
This is where I think a lot of people have been got confused up within an argument that isn't an argument. Do you know why it's called latitude?
Why?
Because they called it latitude.
Yeah.
It's the same as why it's 60 nautical miles. It's because that's what they called it.
Good point.
It's still just an angle to a light in the sky. Just that they named it differently. Because if you give things names and put like capitals at the beginning of it, you make it a thing. And if you can make a no thing into a thing, then you can fool people with it. You can play magic tricks. You play magic tricks with things that aren't things. Very clever. But again...
Yeah, and then you can say that other people are gaslighting you.
Yeah. And then what I'd say is, like, Nathan's very clever because he's the one that brought this argument in here. He's the one that's dumped it on everybody. He's the one that's made everybody think it's an actual argument.
It ain't. It
It's
didn't.
not.
It doesn't go nowhere in the rooms, bro. That argument they bring up about not being able to make a fucking angle from on even if it's a ball, you know, they just bring. Here's the actual
He was
argument for
still
that.
doing it in that debate. Nathan, every time Nathan got a chance to get anything, he brought up the lights in the sky, drawing
So the
an
latitude.
angle. Yeah.
So the fucking latitudes. But here's the real argument for that is that basically it's the lights in the sky. But it's if you really want to debate that, then they're having to take their angle from where they measure it from and bring it to a fictional place at the center of the Earth, which they say that where they didn't even measure it, and they're having to make assumptions of the distances to these lights of.
I've never heard anybody say that
distances
to me,
away.
Brian. I've never heard anyone say that, so I don't really want you telling me how the
Right.
people that haven't told me how to do it are
Right.
going to do it, because no,
Fair
I'm
enough.
waiting for one of those guys to actually come and tell me exactly how they do what they do, and strangely enough, not one of them has been able to come up with anything. Not even Nathan Oakley or 10th Man or QE. Not one of them. I mean, you can because you've had a look at it, but I mean, then it's you telling me how they do it, not them, because you're not making an argument about it. You're using all of this stuff to rebut their argument, but they're not actually making that argument. They never have. That's the very, very clever thing, is that 10th Man made the entire argument up and the rebuttal to it. He said they say this, but they don't say that. Very clever arguments that aren't arguments. That you just need somebody compliant, somebody like McToon making another challenge that says that we do
Right.
this.
This is what I thought. When I see McToon's challenge, he was challenging them, and for a flat earther, a $10,000 challenge, and then he's after a few weeks, he's like, they can't even celestial navigate. So I thought I was going to just go to to the ephemeris or some website and find out the GP where the star is at whatever time, and that's not out there. I think some people are making it now, but that's not what the almanac gives you. Like I said, it gives you angles, common angles from a spot at the celestial equator that you got to do math to even get the fucking GP to even argue it. And so here's the thing. So I had to learn all this shit because nobody else was doing it. So I had to go give McToon his location, and I basically come up with a model to basically use refraction as what's changing the angles. But there's no way to prove any of them damn angles over any of them did. It's horse shit. I got to agree with you on a basic level, Bev. But they never. I think I don't know, man. It's all I could
I'll
do.
tell you what happened.
Logically, is deny their model. Is say that they're making assumptions that are far fetched and not. Really, I shouldn't put myself on any model. And I think that's what they're doing by claiming celestial navigation. They're putting themselves with latitudes and shit, and just stop there. Like, how are you going to make a fair argument and claim latitudes and just end it right there? I think you're right. Basically, basic simplicity. They're making claims they can't back up from the globe.
McToon has come up with a rebuttal, which is basically he's calling their bluff. Right? He's saying, you guys can't do this. And they can't rebut it because they can't do it. But they know as well, the same McToon. McToon can't do it either. So they're caught in a catch-22, right? Both of them know that the other side haven't got anything. But it's a nice little game that they play between the two of them. Whilst they're keeping everybody else... Right? Like, Nathan Oakley and 10th Man never have to use this argument. So everybody else that's in the arena that they keep telling is a fucking good argument, it's a bullshit argument. But anybody that tries to use it gets shit on, don't they? Like, you've been around these arenas quite a lot. How many people have you ever heard using any of these arguments as some sort of a proof of anything?
Really, basically just Bob, the science guy back in the day.
Mm-hmm. And look what happened to Bob. He ended up making a line shorter than a straight line in his fucking confusion. That's where that took Bob.
Yeah, that's where they should have left that. It's just is showing that they can't prove shit with the celestial navigation. I don't think proving it's flat. I don't think do you think that that this, no, I already know you don't. Is there anybody here who thinks that celestial navigation proves the flat Earth? I don't think there will be. I'm just curious.
Well, everybody here knows it's not flat, but I mean, everybody here would know that you can't prove anything from nothing, right? If you've literally got nothing, then how can you prove anything?
What?
Go ahead, Rob.
I said they're trying to prove shit by looking at lights in the sky. Both sides. Y'all
Yeah,
are
but
dumb.
their argument is that you can't draw an angle on a globe. Like that fucking hurts my ears every time I hear it. Like, dude, look, I don't think live on a globe, not even for a second. But if I did, I could draw a fucking angle, and I could move it to the center and fucking find a system to make it work with latitude, longitude, whatever. But proving all that shit's the problem. Not being able to draw a fucking angle. Like, what if I go on a hill? I can't draw a fucking angle there? What kind of fucking argument is that? Is it just me?
You can measure an angle anywhere. Drawing an angle? I don't know. Like, why would you want to draw an angle?
Because I want to do something with it. I want to write it down. I'm doing something with it, Bev. Dumbass. No, I'm just kidding.
The guys are triggered. I'll show you this.
I'm paying it forward, man. I still love them all, dude. They hate my guts probably by now, but I still love them all, man. Don't think we ain't gonna fire back at y'all's ass. You're gonna treat us like bitches. Don't think we ain't gonna fire back. We're fucking grown men, guys, over there getting triggered. We're grown men. We're gonna fire back.
It's what he wants. It's the drama. Like
yeah, right.
He does better out of it. It's good. Like that shit. He's dying, right? Nathan's not got anybody coming over there. He's not got any hope of anybody coming over there. So he's got to expand. He's got to do something. Let's stir up a bit of drama. Nathan needs it.
Got it made. I mean, I'm trying to pump him up to work for it again. Go up against the dumbasses, Zanuck, Brenda, and all them idiots. Just, I know how you think about them. We all do, but it's like I said, it got me off the fence watching Brenda's dumbass contradict herself and all that. That's what sold me. Like, wow, this is their shit. Listening to Rumpus and Brenda. That's what got me off the fence. That's what you did. That was your role in it, man. And you spearheaded shit. And we all, respected and took your advice and all that. Now anybody disagrees with you and we're embarrassments to the movement. We're goddamn ridiculous, man.
Yeah, I'll do my best to help out. I'd say that they're all the same team, so anything that does happen will probably be scripted. So listen out for Nathan Oakley versus Brenda / Rumpus and see how well they script the battle between each other. Because they both need each other, right? Rumpus needs Nathan Oakley now as much as that, because, like, who's Rumpus going to talk to? How's Rumpus going to show everyone his globe salesman techniques? Right? Where are the globe salesmen? Who's the best globe salesman that you know? Right?
That makes sense. Well, let's think about it. So, like, let's say every state in the world, like there's 50 states or just whatever. If you don't have states, you have about that size communities. and let's say there's one globe salesman, so there'd be 50 of them in America, maybe let's say one per every big city. So let's say a few hundred, and maybe like a couple hundred over there in UK or however many, and then maybe like 100 in Japan, and 50 or 100, couple hundred in Australia. And so that's what we're going up against, Bev. I just figured it out, man. It's just these are all the actual globe salesmen, like Blue Marble Science, Rumpus, Brenda. They actually are the people who sell the globes, and that's who we're arguing against, man. Not the rest of the world, man.
Yeah, they were a lot smaller group than you'd imagine. A lot smaller.
Yeah, even with all the promotion they get. But like I said, it was listening to some of them knuckleheads what got me off the fence, man.
Mm. Yeah, it's what drew me in was the Globe guys. Like I said, I'm not a flat earther, right? But you're drawn into listening to conversations within different chat rooms. It got stale really quick. Same arguments, same conversations, same people, day after day. Just in a cycle, right? They go Coriolis, lights in the sky, something else, and then, back to Coriolis again. It just go round and round and round. And you know the people that you talk to, you know the conversations, you know that nobody else gets to have a word because people like Zanuck or, they just jump in and you'd never be able to hear anything else. Same thing, it doesn't change.
Yeah, but Zanuck, he drives me crazy, man. But I've made a couple videos on him. Like, to me, Zanuck's a habitual liar but his memory's, he's getting a little older and his memory's not as good, so he can't keep up. And he's probably got some good, delightful truth. He's probably got some good truths and he's probably done some good shit, but he makes some crazy claims. Like, we're talking about gallium. He just jumps in the conversation and he just, I don't know, I ain't even going to get into the details, but dude, this is so funny because we're calling him out and about the gallium and all this shit. And he tried jumping on the bandwagon like he poured it in a log, blah, blah, blah. But he's talking about all the shit he did. And I was like, yeah, so you jumped off cliffs. What, you ran with the damn bulls? Joking. And like he's a pilot when he needs to be. He's a cliff diver when he's talking about gravity. He's poured gallium in locks when we're just jumping in a conversation. But then he said he went to the Olympic trials because he did the gladiators thing, and which is a whole other funny story. But this guy called him out on Earth Awakenings, and he's like, "What event, Zanuck?" And Zanuck like, "What? Like what event?" Mm-hmm. He said, "Sports." For the event that he went to the Olympic trials for, he said sports. I about fell off my seat laughing, bro. I said sports. That's your event for the Olympics.
Time. Right, it's obvious he's just making shit up. That's all I've ever done. Never changed. You listen to him all the time, right? And you're expected to go back into those rooms and have a liar, an obvious liar, the guy that everybody's called a liar and caught lying.
But it's the way he does it, Bev. It's literally the way he does it. Like when the first lie that I had in a conversation is we're talking about water, and he's saying he's trying to give me a percent of how much it compresses, how water compresses at the bottom of the ocean. I look it up, and everybody's saying that it doesn't compress, like Walter Lewin and other professors, and then Google's acting like they're non-specific. Like, does water fucking compress, Google? Like, this ain't a trick question. They don't want to say it doesn't. Because in their model, it kind of has to a little bit, but I'm like, yeah, that's good, Zanuck. Then I have to let NASA know this so they can compress, that extra 2 gallons they get in that 100-gallon water, drinking water. They might save a life, bro. We need to tell NASA they need to compress that water. But then he says, here's how he lies, though. This is what pissed me off is he's talking about, he makes this shit up where he's seen a video. He said, I thought he said he had a video, but of a guy bringing a jar up, because I said this is a consequence, Zanuck. So if I bring a jar down to the bottom of the ocean and I put a lid on it and I come back up to the top, then it's just going to explode open because the water expands. And I said, that's a consequence. He said, yeah, man, dude, you ain't seen the video of that? I thought he said he had a video or he's seen a video. And that's how he said, he's like, everybody's seen that video. So he didn't just lie. He's like, puts me out like I'm the lone man out. Like everybody's seen the video where a motherfucker went 2 miles deep and jarred up some water and brought it to the top and it exploded. Like I'm the odd man out. It's the way he did it that aggravated me. Like everybody's seen that video, and I called him out. And I still call him out to this day to show me that video. He finally admitted that there ain't no damn video. Like after me giving him hell like 100 times, and he finally admitted that there is no video, you know. And but since that time, there's been like other bullshit. So I made a little funny video about him saying that he was in the Olympic trials for sports. Whether he was or not, it's the way he said it, and he lies about so much other shit. But
Yeah,
that's who we're up against, man.
Yeah. Like there's people that are in around this arena, that like come into it, and they may not know about this etiquette, that there is people that are known to be liars that will literally say anything. And what you meant to do about that?
Call them out.
To deal with
Call
it.
them out. Hey, you've been to Earth Awakenings over there at Geo server, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got a lot of support over there, man. You got to drop in one day, man. If not too much is going on, man. Everybody appreciates you over there, bro.
Yeah, we do. I have been over there. It's just that like there are people like that over there, and I've had enough. I don't need to listen to people that I know have lied.
Yeah, depending on your time, and you there's a good chance you might get an earful, but maybe not. We have some really good conversations over there too sometimes, man.
Yeah, what time is it? Are we?
Anybody heard from Rakia, man? I ain't heard from him lately, man.
He's got in touch with him. I think Essie got in touch with him. He's playing poker.
Good, man.
He's happy.
That's what he's good at, man.
Yeah.
I think you can almost tell, like, sometimes when he joins, like, he probably just lost. I don't want to say nothing, bro, but I can tell he's pissed off. Like, he comes in a little bit, and then you could tell, but usually he wins, man, but you get them days where, you got his normal personality where he's going to call him out stern, but then you got them extra special days where, like, he might not have done so good, man, and any shit just might trigger him. You see it him here and there, but like I said, that's what he's good at, though, man. So that's cool he's doing that.
Hey, Bev, if we're going to shut down, on that note, can we play Rakia's song?
I haven't got Nug Life on the playlist. I don't think. Let me have a look.
Maybe we could get a live performance.
Oh, no.
Happy Friday, everybody.
Yeah, let me have a look.
If not, whatever you got, man. Whatever you got. I'm going back to YouTube now. Hey, thanks
Shout
for
out
coming
to
by,
Pastor, man. Yeah, Rob, man. We'll be seeing you, man.
Yeah, I have.
Sorry to hog the stream, guys, man. I was just trying, we're having some pretty good conversation going, man. Been a minute. I always like to check in here and there. It's like, get it off my chest Friday for Brian.
Yeah.
Hey, our buddy Math is here. What's up, Charles?
Oh, I was going to play that one for the.
Whoa!
Got a mouthful of food. Sorry, I was on mute while I was eating some food.
Okay.
How you doing, Essie?
Doing good. Wanted to say hi because we're about to go off air, I think.
Yeah. That's okay. I'll check in another time.
Well, it's all right. We can stay live soon as you're here now, Matt. If you want, if we want to do that. If you'd rather us stay
I just
online.
wanted to clarify one thing, in that I have never said that horizontal is anything but a straight line. Right. So
you said that
there's a
we
misunderstanding.
assumed it though the other day. That was definitely part of your
Said that you assumed
straw
that
man rebuttal.
the line connecting the two verticals, you assumed that was horizontal, and it's actually level.
No, it was a straight line. It was a horizontal at 69 miles.
It's assumed to be a straight line.
A horizontal is a straight line. You've just said that.
Horizontal is a straight line. That's correct.
Yeah.
But the line connecting two really distant flagpoles.
Verticals
Assumed.
they were. They weren't flagpoles. They were verticals.
verticals.
That was you. You made that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And that was based on your whiteboard drawing.
Yeah.
Where you pointed to the segment going between the two uprights, and you said this could be
horizontal.
as long as you like. Or
Yeah, it said horizontal.
I know it said horizontal, but it's a level line if you're going a long distance.
But it was straight. It was straight though, Math, right? That's the thing, right?
On your whiteboard.
Yeah, the horizontal line was straight and marked as horizontal.
Yes.
And the perpendiculars at each end of it were perpendicular to the straight horizontal line.
Yes, and they were incorrectly marked vertical.
Oh, so it was the verticals that were incorrectly marked, not the horizontal. Now
You gotta pick one or the other. If you're gonna have two verticals connected together, then that line cannot be a straight line, or at least it cannot be, like I would call it a level line. That's what the surveyors call it. Or if you say
I called it a horizontal line.
Yeah, if you call it a horizontal line, then you can make a vertical, where you are. Then you can't make another vertical. So I just wanted to correct that.
You can't make two verticals to a horizontal. I mean, I'm pretty sure you can. Yeah, you can put a perpendicular at each end of a horizontal. Of course you can. That's how you can do. You can scale straight lines to make them any length you want, and because it's horizontal.
Principle. But
yeah.
Geometry does not define horizontal and vertical. That's something that we use in the real world.
Okay.
You can't say, we can scale this diagram.
Can I check this though? Can I check this about? I mean, geometry doesn't define this, but horizontal and vertical, they are straight lines.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Now, horizontal and vertical, they are perpendicular.
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's it.
There you go. We're in complete agreement.
Good.
I just wanted to clarify because I keep hearing you say that I'm upset with that a horizontal line is a straight line. No, a horizontal line is a straight line.
No. You said that assuming the horizontal to be a straight line was sort of assuming that it's not a globe, and that's what triggered you to make that video.
I think you're misunderstanding what I was saying, but I never had a problem with horizontal being a straight line.
No.
Because all the diagrams I put literally in that video, every single diagram I put up, a straight line marked horizontal. So yes, horizontal is straight. But anyway, I know you guys are about to shut off, and I got to finish my dinner. I've enjoyed listening to you on and off as I was working, at school. I'm writing final exams for my not final exams, midterm exams for my students. So I just want to say I enjoyed listening to you. You gave Blue Marble Science a bit of a hard time there, but anyway, I hope you guys have a great weekend. All right.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question before you go?
I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah. Have you seen elevation drawings like canals and stuff like that?
Yes.
I suppose I wanted to clarify about your comment that you cannot scale these lines in reality, but elevation drawings and canal, like drawing elevation drawings of canals, show off the scaling of the horizontal and vertical in reality.
Yeah, they're not scaling a horizontal; they're scaling level.
It's a straight line. Level
on the
is
drawing,
also,
it's
a straight line.
That's what's called an elevation profile, and your baseline on the drawing is a level line.
Horizontal.
All right.
Yeah, a straight horizontal. Exactly. Yes.
It's on the drawing. It appears as a straight line, but in reality, it's the level line that follows the curvature of the Earth. But yes, I'm very familiar with
level
elevation
horizontal.
Drawings.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, anyway, I think these terms are getting a little commingled, which is why I advise people to
Yeah,
outside of
horizontal
make
is
careful
level,
measures.
is straight. They're all interchangeable.
Yeah, it's going to get
So-
harder and harder,
Yeah.
Charles.
Well, I mean, that's why, like, if you go to any surveying text, you know, from 100 years ago, 200 years ago, or last week, go to any surveying text that covers long distance measurements. You know, not just building site surveying, but long distance surveying.
Like
And it talks about
triangulation,
the-
for example.
It talks about the level line, and it shows a curved line. Of course, it's dramatically curved for the purpose of illustration. But level is curved, and anytime you see a definition
Do you
of
mean
level,
like
any-
triangulations, for example?
I've never mentioned triangulation. I'm just
distance.
talking about the level line.
No, you said
The level line
surveying
is a curved
techniques and
surface.
stuff like that. So for surveying, we do triangulation, for example, right?
Yeah, but I'm not talking about triangulation. I'm
What
just,
do you mean,
I'm
yeah,
just
but?
focused on the level line being curved.
You
as
don't go.
defined.
No, you don't go long
every-
distance with levels like that.
No,
That's-
it's
that's
called
the-
a level line. I'm not saying what.
Yeah,
know,
but
how
you said,
how
but
you measure.
anybody that does it long distance. So that's why Saragaki said, "What do you mean, like triangulation?" And you said, "No, not triangulation,
I
like
just
the
didn't wanna-
level line." And I'm
just didn't
saying
wa-
to
didn't
you,
wanna
they
confuse
don't
things.
do long distance level lines like that.
My point is, and I am not a surveyor, so
know.
I don't have experience in the field, but every single text I've seen, every single manual I've seen that covers long distance surveying shows a curved level line, and I included a bunch of those in my last two videos, and that's the thing that I think somebody's got to have something to say about that, other than it being just part of the conspiracy or whatever. But there's got to be a reason why all these surveying manuals show a curved level line. I didn't make it up. It was the people who are experts, and I'm not an expert. The people who are experts in the field of long distance surveying all draw a curved level line. There's got to be a reason why all these experts did that. That's my only point. And it's not my point to make because I'm not a surveyor.
Okay.
Just a math teacher.
That's interesting. What do you think is a conspiracy? Do you think the fact that horizontal and vertical is perpendicular
Oh my
is a
goodness.
conspiracy?
Horizontal and vertical
Must be.
are perpendicular. Okay.
Yeah,
That's
yeah, they are.
That's based. In fact, the definition of horizontal is perpendicular to plumb. You start with
Parallel
vertical.
to the plane of the horizon.
That could be one definition, but that's not a practical definition because you can't really measure the plane
course
of the
it is.
horizon.
Yeah, that's the practical definition.
No, the plane of the horizon passes beneath their feet, and that's what we were talking about when you guys started
Parallel
talking to me.
to.
That
Yeah, parallel.
that
That means there is
plane-
actual distance between the two planes. Because parallel, you need two separate planes, two of them, to be parallel to each other, right? Can't have a
you
plane
don't
be
need two
parallel
planes.
to
You don't need
itself.
two planes to be parallel. You can have a line parallel to a plane.
Well,
So-
yeah, but the point is you need distance between the two. So
Well,
if
the
you're
distance
claiming the
that doesn't-
horizontal passes underneath your legs, yes, but if you have a plane parallel to it, there will be distance between the two
Yeah,
planes.
of course, but it's very
Yeah, of course.
impractical to measure from the plane of the horizon, which is 6 feet below your feet.
we
through the sand
use
when you're
mean
standing
sea level.
6 feet below your feet.
6 feet below. If your toes are touching the water at the water's edge, and you're 6 feet tall, the plane of the horizon is actually 6 feet below your feet. So it's 6 feet, underground.
Isn't your feet on the water level in that case?
Your toes are touching the water. The plane of the horizon is 6 feet below you because you are standing on the sagittal. So, anyway, I don't want to make an
what?
argument here. I just wanted to pay my respects. I'm eating some
Standing
dinner.
on the Sagitta, did you say?
Yes. I really, really don't want to, go.
Is
I
it the
wouldn't
water
either.
that's the
Belabor this.
Sagitta?
You're
or
not
is
a
it the beach?
mathematics teacher, are you? I hope you're not doing an exam
I-
paper on mathematics.
Currently, I'm teaching AP with it's called Advanced Placement Statistics, and I'm teaching computer programming. So high school kids, near Philadelphia. So
Do you use a curved x-axis when you program computers?
oh, you're too much. I really enjoy you. I really enjoy our conversations. And
You didn't answer the question, though. Of course, you just laughed
But
because it's
you-
an obvious answer,
because-
right?
Because your question was intended as a joke, and I took it as a joke, so I laughed.
It's
No,
like it's
I'm
a
serious.
horizontal. X-axis is horizontal, right? Within computers.
Yep.
And we've actually had a discussion about this before about how you label the axes just on a computer screen.
Yeah, horizontal and vertical, like you. That's where you had the issue. How I labelled a straight line and perpendiculars to it. You not remember?
Well,
you made a video about it.
Yes, because you can't translate that into the real world because you're using a geometric proof that uses non-geometric.
Do you mean the real world on a whiteboard? Pretty much like an X and Y graph. That if you were drawing that
the graph that you drew on your whiteboard and the diagram that Saragaki had, those graphs and the diagram is perfectly fine as long as you don't write the word vertical and horizontal. As soon as you write those two words,
but vertical and
no
horizontal is perpendicular, right?
Horizontal is perpendicular to vertical, and I've said that.
And therefore, vertical is perpendicular to horizontal.
Well. I'm sorry. What was the last thing you said?
They are both straight lines.
Perpendicular and straight lines. So why can't you draw them as such?
Oh, you can only label one of the verticals vertical. You can only label one of the two uprights, we'll say.
But they are both perpendicular to the horizontal. Just like an X and Y graph, right?
But you only define vertical as where your instrument is or where your plumb bob is. As soon as you go, 69 miles away, which, you can scale up these drawings as much as you want.
So you could scale scale the X-axis, right? And right. Would you still be able to have the Y-axis perpendicular? Would you be allowed to do that?
Because the X and Y axes are very clearly defined in geometry.
Horizontal and vertical.
No, not horizontal and vertical.
You don't think? Is he not?
Sure.
Okay, the X and Y axes are horizontal and vertical, and they are perpendicular, and they are straight lines. But somehow, they're different than the horizontal and vertical from reality. There are straight lines and are perpendicular, exactly the same. Their identity is exactly the same. So how is it different?
It's not.
Tell us, how is it different?
Because there's no geometric definition for vertical. Vertical is defined as the vector of
gravity. Perpendicular to horizontal. That's very geometric, isn't it?
But the thing is, horizontal is defined as being perpendicular to the force of gravity. So
parallel to the plane of the horizon.
It's kind of a circular argument. You define vertical first, and then you can establish your horizontal plane.
The straight line.
Horizontal is inherent in nature.
You can't establish the horizontal first.
Of course you can. We just use a level.
Yeah, but the level, the bubble in the level is sensing gravity. So
use a water level, because the water is inherent in nature, right? Water exists physically,
the water level
and water defines horizontal.
If you go far distance.
Problematic? No, you just go around corners and everything with it. It's perfectly fine.
Right. On a something no bigger than a building site, you got no problem with me there. The problem is when you want to
wait. So in a building, you can have vertical being perpendicular all inside that building, but if you go outside the building, they're not perpendicular anymore.
Well, I'm saying practically
on a whiteboard you can do X and Y, but move them.
Sure, but practically speaking, and this is why, and that's one of the things.
Practically speaking,
one of the points you made, Bev, is that you don't see any reason for looking up at the lights in the sky, and that's the only thing that I really promote on my channel is the fact that everybody making very careful observations, just like the ancients did with very primitive tools, you can determine the shape of the earth by observing very, very carefully the heavens. I'm not saying you look up and you see a dome of the sky, therefore the earth is curving. I never make any argument like that. That's a straw man. People say you can't see this. Look at the ceiling and determine the floor. I get that. What I am talking about are the different qualities of the lights in the sky, whether it's their position, whether it's their motion, whether it's their size, their apparent size. There's so many different qualities.
Sounds like you were trying to prove the shape of the earth to yourself.
Well, the thing is, the ancients did this, and that's part of how they determined the shape of the earth, is by very, very carefully studying the heavens.
The ancients did all sorts of things that we don't do now.
Right, but what I'm saying is, if anybody is a fan of Euclidean geometry, especially a fan of you know, like these geometric diagrams.
They won't notice any light in the sky geometry. There's nothing to do with lights in the sky, because we have a saying for this: you can do fuck all with an angle.
I get that, but apparently, so here's a question for you: would you be able to go an entire episode without saying the word perpendicular? Because that's a 90-degree angle, and apparently you can do f all with an angle.
Would you be able to go 20 minutes without breathing?
No, that's a bit much of a stretch. I was trying to make a joke, Bev, because you say you could do f all with an angle, but yet your entire argument depends on the phrase perpendicular, or the word perpendicular. And I'm trying to make a point is that you rely on an angle.
But
90-degree angle.
Perpendicular is 4 angles, right?
Well, you know, yeah, 4 90-degree angles.
It's like actually it's a proof of the straight line. The 2 straight lines. It's one of the most primitive things that we've got within geometry, is that formulation of the perpendicular.
Absolutely. I'm a huge fan of Euclidean geometry. And all I'm saying, Bev, is that if you applied your knowledge of Euclidean geometry to your sighting of the heavenly bodies, I'm telling you, your world will be blown.
You can do fuck all with an angle. I'll say it again.
I didn't
that
just
easy.
say angle. There's lots of things you can do besides measure angles. But the thing is, you
angular,
know,
an angle means singular.
You've talked about the trivium. You've talked about the quadrivium. You know, and the quadrivium, 2 of the subjects in the quadrivium are geometry, you know, which is the study of space, meaning space like on a paper, you know, drawing diagrams.
Number in space.
Right, number in space, and then there's astronomy, which is the practical application of number in space.
Number in space and time.
Well, I'm not going to get into that, but I'm telling you,
well, that's what it is.
You're the one who brought it up.
That's why geometry and astronomy are 2 of the subjects of the quadrivium.
No, wait a minute. The math, you're not quite giving the thing here. You've got number, you've got geometry, which is number in space, and then you've got music, which is number in time, and then you've got astronomy, which is number in space and time. Not looking at the lights in the sky.
What do you think astronomy is if you're not looking up at the heavenly bodies?
It's practice. The practice of number in space, geometry, and the linking of that with the time, the music, the geometry within the music.
I've never seen a reference to time with regards to the quadrivium's indication of astronomy.
Music.
So when the
Look harder.
When the quadrivium talks about astronomy, I don't think they're talking like, you know, the relativity, you know, space and time is space time, all that kind of stuff.
You've gone through the trivium to learn about grammar, logic, and rhetoric, and then you do number in space and number in time. Why the hell would you start looking at lights in the sky?
Because that's called astronomy, and that
astronomy is number in space and time. It's the linking together of the quadrivium.
Okay, so did you see my last video? Because I literally have the book called the Quadrivium, the Liberal Arts of Logic, Grammar, and Rhetoric.
Right.
And did you see my video?
No.
Oh, because you talked about it, but I think you said, well, we're not going to promote him. It's my follow-up. Remember, I said I was going to make a follow-up to the quote-unquote rebuttal.
To your straw man rebuttal.
Well, the rebuttal was really what I was pointing out was when you pointed to your whiteboard diagram and you said that this line right here, which you had labeled
horizontal straight line,
could be as long as you want. Now, geometrically speaking, you can have a line that goes as long as you want.
Yeah.
You just can't
horizontal.
You can't label the 2 on the sides vertical. Anyway, so
I was just doing it. I'm thinking, right, when I was doing that, I was thinking just like the X and Y graph, that you could put any scale you want on the X axis.
Any scale you want, absolutely.
Yeah.
And
always those Y's would always be perpendicular to it, no matter how long.
Horizontal.
Yeah.
Vertical and horizontal are not defined in geometry. So graph paper, that's a great application.
Perpendicular is definition 10, book 1.
Of course, the word perpendicular is clearly defined in geometry.
And vertical and horizontal are perpendicular, right?
That's correct. And so are
Okay,
many
so
things.
that's good.
The
So
corner
they
of a
just
sheet of office
because
paper.
they're not defined within geometry, we've just defined them as being perpendicular. Perpendicular is defined in geometry. So
Well,
they
that's
either
not
are
actually the
or they
definition.
are not perpendicular, one or the other.
So you establish
Which
a
one are
vertical.
they?
You establish a
Are
vertical
they,
where
are
you
they
are,
perpendicular
and then-
or are
and
they
then you
not
can
perpendicular,
create a
Matt?
perpendicular. But
They
that
do
doesn't
create a
mean they're
perpendicular.
perpendicular 100 miles away. That or at least you can't label. You can make a perpendicular line 100 miles away, but you can't label it vertical. It's no longer vertical because it doesn't follow the real world definition of vertical.
Can you do
lines
that
to
with
plumb.
the X and Y graph, right? Can you label one
Yeah.
axis horizontal and the other one vertical?
You can't label the one horizontal, one vertical. I mean, you could do it on a sheet of paper in math class, but you can't scale that to 100 miles. That's
I'm
the
just
point that
asking
I'm trying
you,
to make.
as a teacher now, Matt, right? Can you label the X and the Y axis of a graph, a mathematical graph, horizontal and vertical?
Yes, of course.
Brilliant.
Of course.
Now, can you put
But you
any
cannot scale
scale? Here we go. Can you put any scale you would like on both the X and the Y axis?
The answer is yes, as long as you're not labeling the verticals vertical.
I just said,
You
can we
you do one or the
label
other.
the X
You do
axis
one or the
and the
other.
Y axis horizontal
You
and vertical? You said
You could do one or
yes,
the other.
but
gotta-
then you
gotta
said
make
not.
Make
Right?
a decision.
Make a decision on what?
Well, do you want to infinitely scale your diagram so that you're drawing a scale diagram of like 100 miles or 1,000 miles? Yes, you can have this graph paper scaled to 100 miles. Right? That's great. Or 1,000
You can
miles.
scale the
That's great.
X-axis
It's all
to
very
100 miles.
theoretical. Right, the x-axis, the y-axis, these are perfectly straight lines.
And you can have them
what
both
you
at
can't
different
do-
scales, can't you? You can have them at
What you
different
can't
scales.
do is label the verticals vertical on this scaled diagram.
On the axis
Yeah.
that you've just agreed that we can label
I'm
vertical.
just saying. So what you and I are doing is we're literally arguing semantics.
We're
over
not
words.
arguing here.
Well, not arguing, having a discussion.
Yeah, I'm just letting everybody hear how ridiculous you're being about horizontal and vertical X and Y graph.
But horizontal and vertical are not defined in geometry. That's my point.
But
and
they
I
are
recommend
defined
you
as
watch my-
being perpendicular to each other.
You can't make a geometric proof using those words. That's my point.
You
And
can.
that was what
You
were
can
doing on
definitely
your
have
website.
horizontal and vertical being perpendicular and relate
That's
that
not
to
my-
a
that's-
geometric proof of
not what I said.
perpendicularity.
Yeah.
If
you can have
if horizontal and vertical are perpendicular, you can use a mathematical graph using perpendiculars, and you can label one of those horizontal and the other one vertical, providing they're perpendicular to each other.
yeah, that's
Like,
it's not
much like
entirely correct. You can label one-
every
you can label
elevation
one
profile.
vertical. You could label one vertical.
Have we
That's
got
it.
any-
Yeah,
have
the
you-
elevation
you've seen
profile
elevation
is
profiles?
defined. It's defined as the level line is is drawn.
They're
on the elevation
horizontal and
profile
vertical
as
scales.
a horizontal on your
Horizontal
on your
and
graph.
vertical scales, right?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so they at
But-
least
but
in
level is
every
curved.
elevation profile, horizontal and level are the same.
Now, okay, so you got to be very careful that because
I
I'm
don't
gonna
have
get
to be
quoted.
careful.
Oh, Mr. Flat Earth Math, Mr. Charles said, oh, that level and horizontal are the same. If you were talking about an elevation profile drawing,
Mm-hmm.
they have defined the level line to be a straight line because
It is a
everything
straight line,
can be
yeah.
measured vertical. But in reality, the level line is curved. Okay, so
But it's
you just have to-
perpendicular.
oh, and that's
Is-
another part.
Is
problem.
level and
Perpendicular-
plumb? Are level and plumb perpendicular?
Yes, level and plumb are perpendicular.
Okay, just like
You know,
vertical and horizontal are
There
perpendicular.
are folks on your side.
Is
of the
there any
aisle
difference? Is there
who
any
argue-
difference? Whoa. Is there any
Sure.
difference between plumb and level being perpendicular than vertical and horizontal being perpendicular?
So horizontal is tangent to the level line. Okay, where you are. So,
Right, so-
horizontal is tangent to, or is perpendicular to plumb. Level is perpendicular to plumb where you are. Both perpendicular to plumb, but one's a curved line, and then one's a straight line.
So you don't know Euclidean geometry very well then?
Oh, of course I do.
Have you read definition 10, book 1?
You've refreshed me out in front of me.
I'll get it.
Okay, thank you.
I thought you knew it off the top of your head if you were just saying the number. Then what does it say?
Yeah, you
Or
want to
maybe
be
use your
very,
words.
very precise, right? In your words, you want to be very careful. I would have to like get up and go get the book, leave my headset behind.
Oh,
and stuff.
okay, so
There you go.
well then,
Live
in your
chat.
own words, what
There
does
you
it mean?
go, in the live chat.
Okay. A straight line standing on another straight line makes the adjacent angles equal to one another. Yeah. Each of the angles is called a right angle, and the straight line which stands on the other is called a perpendicular. Yeah, so like the definition of perpendicular. Absolutely. I've got no problem with the definition of perpendicular.
But
Oh, you know what a tangent is? Like what shape is a tangent? A tangent.
no,
Right?
don't obfuscate this. You said that plumb is perpendicular to a level line, which
It's
you
curved.
also said which is curved, exactly. So how do you reconcile that with this definition of perpendicular?
Because the angle that you're making with the curved level line is indistinguishable from the angle you're making to a tangent to the level line at the point of contact.
So you just say, nah, not that. This instead.
I spoke very clearly. In fact, if somebody could transcribe what I just said, could say it
Yeah,
again,
that when
right.
a straight line standing on another straight line. That's what you
Sure.
just said.
So are you saying that definition 10 says that you're not allowed to make tangents to curves? Because I don't see that anywhere.
No. Are you being ridiculous on purpose? We are
No,
talking
because
about
there's-
perpendicular. That's two straight lines making right angles, which are
tangent-
equal.
Tangent is a straight line.
But is level a tangent?
You can make a tangent to level at the point of
Is
contact.
level a tangent?
But the question is a non sequitur.
Well, you said,
Tangent.
Flat Earth Math said plumb and level are perpendicular. And you said there was no difference between horizontal and vertical being perpendicular.
I didn't say that last part about there being no difference. I made a very clear distinction.
So that you've got
Because
perpendicular
horizontal-
being different then now.
Oh my goodness.
Developed.
I try to speak very. So Bev, one of the things I pride myself in, and like I said, I've been talking to folks who don't believe the Earth is a globe for 14 years. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So I try to speak very, very carefully so that I'm not misunderstood.
Okay.
And when people try to do equivocation with things that I've said, I just need to put a pause to that. So horizontal and vertical are perpendicular. Yes. Plumb or vertical is also perpendicular to a curved level line at the point of tangent. The point of
You have
contact.
to be very clear as not to be misunderstood. Why are you redefining perpendicular?
Not redefining perpendicular. It's a
Yes,
90-degree
you are.
angle.
Of course you are. Yes, you're saying
How
it
am I-
perpendicular to a
how-
curved line. That goes directly against the identity of perpendicular as by definition.
So it's
Yeah,
perpendicular
laugh it up,
to
but
the
it's actually
tangent.
true. You read it yourself.
It's perpendicular to the tangent. Those two angles are
Is
indistinguishable.
level the
from one another.
tangent?
No, level is a curved
No,
line.
exactly. You're talking about the
Level is a
curved
curved
line.
line. All you have to
Yes,
do is make a tangent.
that's
at
what
the
you
point
say
of
it is.
contact.
It's actually a straight line horizontal because a level is a tool which establishes horizontal.
So do
But
you
if
have a
you
reason?
say that level is curved, then you can't have a perpendicular to it by definition.
No. So there's a couple problems here. One
You can't
problem
just
is
say
that
no.
Yeah, he did.
One
Tell
problem,
us about your problems then, right?
No, I'm just saying one of the problems is that every reference I could find on long distance surveying shows a curved level line, and I didn't make those diagrams. They were made by experts, years and years before me. So that's something I've never heard somebody in this arena on your side of the aisle explain. Why all these diagrams have curved level lines? I didn't make it up. Okay, I'm just citing the experts.
Mhm.
Second thing is you can have an angle with a curve. You can intersect a straight line and a curve. You can intersect two curves, and the point of intersection you can measure those angles, and all four of those angles are going to add up to 360 degrees.
Not to a
When
curve,
you
you
s-
can't.
Sorry?
Yeah, when you say measure those angles, do you mean using calculus to calculate?
You could do it however you want. I mean, calculus works, but you could,
So
grab
that's
a
not a
protractor.
measurement. Yeah, you can't measure
Well,
an
if it-
angle between a straight line and a curve using a protractor.
Sure you can. All you gotta do is draw a tangent at the point of contact.
Yeah, so that's a angle between the tangent and the straight line, not the curve and the
Which is
straight line.
indistinguishable from the angle from
Of course it's
where
not.
the line-
Right angles
straight
are
line-
equal.
So have you ever used
It's not
GeoGebra?
indistinguishable because you're drawing
Yes,
a
it
straight line for a purpose.
Have you ever used GeoGebra?
Of course.
It's Euclidean
Okay.
entirely.
So absolutely. So just grab GeoGebra, draw a circle, and then draw a straight line. Intersecting that circle, and then there's a tool where you can. It's called the intersection tool, and you just gotta just click where two things cross each other in GeoGebra, and it'll put a dot there. That'll define it as a point of intersection, and then all you have to do is zoom into that diagram using your the scale. I don't know what the tool is called, but zoom in so that you're looking at it at like a micrometer scale, and you will see what appears to be two straight lines intersecting. One of them is a piece of your circle. So
not perpendicular.
You can use the angle measuring tool, and you can do it so that it's 90-degree angle. That's not a problem. So here's a question.
You're hilarious. Are you saying you're a math teacher and you're saying you can have a perpendicular to a curve? That's really bad.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely bad.
Are you familiar with the word secant in terms of a drawing that involves a circle and straight lines? Like what a secant is? Yes. So what is the longest possible secant?
It's a straight line, right?
Yeah, but I mean, like where the 2 points of contact on the arc of the circle, longest possible secant, with the 2 points of contact is.
Have a look at the picture and say what's the longest possible
secant.
Please
do.
Go on.
So the longest possible secant, is the diameter. You can actually,
that's a chord, not a secant, bro.
Chord. I mean, if you pass.
You're not a maths teacher, Matt.
Not even.
You're not even. Yeah. Like, what are you doing?
Right? No, what
you're making a fool of yourself.
Chord,
like.
So the chord is only if you terminate on both ends of the arc of the circle. The secant is if you pass straight through.
Therefore, it can be indefinitely long.
Be as long as it wants to be. Fucking hell, man. Come on. Wake up.
You have the secant. Well, then maybe just let me state it a little differently. If you could have the secant so that it crosses the center of the circle, right? What angle?
It can still be infinitely long.
It could be infinitely long. But what angle does that secant make with the curve of the circle?
Are you kidding me right now?
It's a 90-degree angle.
It's not.
No, it's not. All right angles are equal, bro.
Go. You can look it up.
Holy shit!
Yeah, Axiom 11. You should look it up.
Oh my goodness. Anyway, I did enjoy speaking with you guys. I do have to finish the rest of my meatball sandwich because it's getting cold.
I would.
I do enjoy our conversation.
Good idea.
Thank you very much for the kindness, and I hope to speak with you guys soon.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Okay, take care.
The
Bye-bye.
meatball tangent to the plate.
Don't be teaching.
He is not
to
a math
children,
teacher.
For fuck's sake, it's a good job he's doing computers. Like Mr. Charles, Mr. F.E. Math. What a fucking useless pillock. That's bad.
Very good descriptor.
That's bad. That's about as bad as it gets. But if you're listening, that's it. That's what they've got. That's it. The lot. They're done. Flat Earth Math is showing you exactly how far they can go in this argument, and they fail. That's my picture of a circle, that, right? Just to let everybody know all the little bits of a circle, because it gets technical when these people want to start saying, do you want to know this and do you want to know that? What's the longest secant?
Yeah, imagine that. He asked that question.
Yeah.
Obviously, it does not know what a secant is.
Can everybody see that in the picture on the screen? The secant is just a straight line that goes all the way through. That's why it's called a secant, because it doesn't terminate at the line. It just cuts the circle and keeps going. So how long can it be? As long as you want. What a stupid question. But maybe that was one of his tricks that he leaves in there.
Yeah, like Blue Marble does, maybe. That is bad. Those 4 angles, which if we even want to grant the idea that we can call them angles in the first place, right? He wants to say it's perpendicular to the curve, but axiom 11, as Jero has kindly written out, all right angles are equal to one another. So those 4 angles would not be equal to one another. So they cannot be perpendicular, because that's 4 right angles, all of them equal to each other.
Have you seen the mathematical of what they, what they rely on there? That was
I think
the beginning.
Isn't it that they zoom in? They're zooming in to the point where it becomes, whatever, like a pixel or something, and that's what they're basing it on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but not realizing that, the angle can be taken at any point along the straight line. That angle is the same angle. And that's what makes it an angle.
I challenge anyone to go and draw a circle, draw a line that intersects the circumference of the circle, and then use a protractor on a piece of paper and measure the angle between those 2 lines. I challenge anyone. Just, of course, a regular protractor, a regular circle, a straight line. Go, go, go.
Well, that's why everyone goes to like the digital age rather than just talking about a compass and a pencil. You know what I mean? It's always like GeoGebra or always modeling, whatever. It can't be just actually pen to paper.
Yeah.
Where the pixels are squares with opposite parallel sides and perpendicular lines. Right angles. That's a pixel.
I'm not knocking, the software. I'm just saying that, it's a different thing when you achieve it with the compass and the pencil.
Very different, yes.
Yeah, it's an actual practice, isn't it? Doing it like that. Because you have to have the element of precision within the tool and the person doing it. I'm quite liking it. I'm going to get into doing some drawing, bit of arty sort of stuff, but
been doing some tonight. I've been doing some when he said tangent, yeah, I was actually doing a tangent on the geometry in front of me. For real.
How well do you think he's done, right? Because he's made this straw man that he added because we were talking about vertical and horizontal. He added, therefore, the Earth cannot be a globe, and made a straw man argument. And now, where we are, you can't label the X and the Y horizontal and vertical now on mathematical graphs, even within computing. How far's that going to go?
Just to be very clear on that one, we do label the x-axis horizontal and the y-axis vertical. However, we do not label all of the rest of the grid as well, because it's implied that the lines parallel to the x-axis are equal to the x-axis, and vice versa with the y-axis. We don't actually label them all, because it is implied by the fact
you don't need to, right? You understand through mathematics that the law of identity states that if that one's horizontal, then geometrically, mathematically, all of the other ones that are parallel to it are exactly the same.
Yes, exactly my point.
Yeah. The law of identity of horizontal and vertical goes with the law of identity of perpendicularity. You can't get away from it. But maths put himself in the position that he has to. Like, it's an impossible position that he's put himself in. It's like Houdini. It's just like Houdini's final trick.
Yeah, well, he wanted to go, didn't he, all the time, and he was, you know, he couldn't help himself but to continue.
It's a shame as well that, you know, like, there are 26 people watching, right? You've literally just watched the demise of the globe model. I mean, the rest of everybody else may not realise it yet, but it's literally gone now. Math has just done it on his own. Single-handedly got triggered about something and made up a straw man argument. And now he's done that.
He's trying to describe level and horizontal being the same but different.
Yep. The not that, right? He's going to have to explain the not that. But the way that these always go, right? It depends how big a man he is, right? Because there's a defense that has to come. The blue marble scientific method will be hard at work right now, trying to get math out of this. That's right, we're still live. Less people watching. Math.
He literally read the definition for perpendicular and then turned right around and said, but you can have perpendicular to a curve also.
Yeah, and you did well there, mate. I've got to give you that. Yeah, you held him to it.
Yeah, damn straight, because that's what perpendicular is.
It was refreshing. You know, not that, you know, I mean, like, been doing that over for a while, but at least he tried to attempt.
He shouldn't have attempted it. He shouldn't have even have made that video the other day. That hastily rushed out video in 12 hours. I think you'll find is possibly, I don't know. He's going to be struggling to get around it. I don't know where
The model affliction is
another
high.
video. Do you reckon he's going to make another rebuttal to the rebuttal of the rebuttal? Just to clarify that he never really meant it in the first place, and can we all just forget about it, please?
I think so.
100%.
And to think we're about to sign off, and I just looked in the chat. I go, is that Charles?
Yeah. Thank you. The saga continues. Like I say, this thing with flat Earth math is one of the best things that could ever have happened. And for it to happen so early at the beginning of the year, just as we're getting going with this logic thing, we've said this year, totally different. We're going to go with logic and fuck this, whatever. And look what Nathan Oakley's doing. They're all going mad. Because, I don't know. Do they want to keep us in here? How can we stay in here now? There's not going to be much more left of this. Once everybody realizes it's as simple as horizontal and vertical being perpendicular and straight lines, then everybody should be going, what the fuck have we been doing? Why have you had us looking at the lights in the sky? And why have you had us doing this? And why have you had us doing all of this stuff? And
Nah, don't you worry. There's a lot of Stockholm people left. It's gonna take a while.
But this particular argument is very cerebral, right? It's gonna trouble minds, isn't it? And you know what happens to these people that try and do it mathematically, try and work it out and put their brains in places where, you know, this has to become a reality. Then they go mad.
The Penrose effect, yeah.
And these guys are going to get pushed into it because they can't have. The one thing they can't have is horizontal being a straight line and horizontal and vertical being perpendicular.
Yeah, but some of these veterans, they turn to the globe, this globe right away, and it's in their mind somehow they work it out. I don't know.
I think ECV. It's too much.
ECV, yeah.
And they don't actually work it out. They just convince themselves that there's nothing to see here.
Yeah. Somehow, some way, they fix it.
I'll do something else. Oh, look at that seagull over there.
Look at that turtle over yonder. Yeah.
How dare you say horizontal is straight? Why would you say spaghetti is not edible if that's what you're saying?
Somehow they're able to pull back from what I call the cog-dis event horizon. Somehow, just as soon as they get, they somehow arrange it. I don't know how they do it.
It's been a good night, and thanks again, Matt, for coming round. I really enjoy these things. It's one 6-minute video about us talking about horizontal and vertical has expanded the conversation into areas that I don't even think people imagine that you'd ever get to hear. And this is Flat Earth Math. He's meant to be. Ruhif billed this man as the top globe geometer. This is the best they've got. Their top man. Welcome to 2023.
Also to clarify another point, when he says, or anybody tells you that horizontal is defined as being perpendicular to vertical, it's a reciprocal relationship. That also means that vertical is perpendicular to horizontal. It goes both ways. If you extrapolate from that, that means you can drop a plumb bob anywhere. It's going to be vertical, you know that. And therefore, you also know that perpendicular to it is horizontal. Then you can quite easily go anywhere else, drop another plumb bob, which you know that one is going to be vertical, and of course perpendicular to horizontal, each and every single time you do that in reality.
No doubt about it.
It's tough, isn't it? When you realise a straight line, a horizontal is all you need to be able to establish here, because everybody knows that a perpendicular. A plumb bob is definitely, it's not questioned as to be a straight line. That's the one that's definitely not questioned. So it's the other one that you need to make sure of. Is it a straight line?
Well, there is, if vertical is a straight line, which obviously it is because plumb bob hangs down straight, then perpendicular to that is also going to be a straight line. But the question is, I guess, are you allowed to call that straight line horizontal or
not? Yeah, like back in the old days, when they were using plumb bobs and using water. The place was surrounded by canals. A lot of these places, I'm sure, water systems still there today. Some of them. It's such an easy way to not only they used them obviously for the means of travel, but they've definitely used, I'm sure, as a reference. It's a height reference as it is today. The water level.
Yeah.
It's so simple. I know I sort of went from geometry to that, but I mean, it's the water level device.
It's the same thing, isn't it? It's a very good conceptualization within your mind of how this works, but it depends now. That's what I'm more curious about, is how many people's minds can conceptualize it as a not straight line. Like, exactly what do people conceptualize when they're thinking of this A to
This
B?
globe.
Yeah.
That's what they think of.
Yeah, but how do they do that?
It's because they've got the picture. You know, like this
exactly. Yeah.
That picture is it for them, isn't it? It's just, they've based it on that. And
They
obviously,
have that globe in their head. Exactly, spot on. That's ingrained in their mind. And that line easily bends around it. For them, it's no problem. I've been in that conversation so many times. I can say it confidently. There's a few of them that cannot be erased from their mind, no matter what you say.
But how does that make any sense? Like, here's a straight line. I draw it for you, whatever I do to establish it for you. Here it is. I show it to you. Okay, we agree it's a straight line. But then I pull out of my back pocket a circle and I show it to you. Now all of a sudden there's confusion. How?
Bro, they told me a straight line is a circle. So, well, I mean, it's madness. I know. Don't even try.
That's only in this arena, right? That doesn't happen anywhere outside of this. Because
not to a normal person,
people are, you know, it's different. I'm imagining myself, I stood at the side of a canal with a whiteboard going A, B. Right, there's a lock down there and there's a lock over there. How would you draw this line in between? And asking people, literally, what do you imagine first thing about this line? And then you could say, could you put a vertical here, hold a plumb bob, and where would it, you know, how would it be to that water? And the A and B. What do you reckon people would say?
Well,
I reckon you get perpendicular.
Isn't that the elevation? So isn't that the elevation profile? Anyway.
Look at that.
You change professions.
Blue's started to make memes.
Oh, that's good.
Isn't it weird, right? That Nathan Oakley got pissed off about the angle. And now look at Blue. It's almost as if Blue's got as annoyed as Nathan Oakley about the angle.
Maybe he has a soft spot for Nathan.
Do you think he was the one who put the thumbs up and all that at the bottom?
Possibly. Yeah. Well done, Blue.
Is that an angle, is it? That stick? To him?
Is what?
That's a precise instrument, Blue. Shame on you calling it a stupid pole. Come on. It extends and everything.
But it's not an angle, is it?
No, it's definitely not an angle.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't, it's in typical Blue Marble science, you know, it doesn't make any sense to anyone. Like, it's a measuring rod, like, what are you meant to do with it? Like, I can hold it vertically. I can hold it perpendicular to the horizontal plane established by the auto level. Yes, I can. But Blue would say you can't. You're not allowed to. You're not allowed to say that the horizontal... Like, did Math say you're not allowed to call it a straight horizontal, or did he say you're not allowed to call the verticals perpendicular? I think he said both. I think he's confused. I think Blue is too. Blue Marble Science team. We're only 3 weeks in.
Who calls the poll stupid?
Well, Blue is not a surveyor, is he?
Yeah.
So he doesn't really know what it's for, does he?
Well, of all of my measuring rods, that is perhaps my most intelligent one.
It could have Blue there with one of those pictures of the buildings behind the water with that could be the alternative meme.
Yeah, you'd be able to say, look at that black in the background, that's not level. Look at it. You can see the curve because you can see the black in the background and it's not level all the way over there.
Yeah, it's zoomed in on the line, isn't
it? Remember we had this thing, right? We had this thing, me and Spot on, right? That a team, like it'd be a nice cartoon if somebody wanted to make it. A series, the Bent Levels. It's a building team. It's a globe building team. Right? And the surveyors, I've noticed now, the surveyors, right? You'd always have to note things in the background, right? Like the guy with the measuring rod of absolutely no importance whatsoever. You just notice hills and buildings and trucks driving past in the background. Bit like Ruhif. Remember when Ruhif did that one? Remember that? He sighted a wheel of a car. And then when he got over, he drove over there, it had fucked off, it had gone.
You look at everything but the pole.
The car had gone when he went over there.
You keep bypassing the pole and you zoom in on something else. Then you bypass it again and you zoom in on something else. Man, oh man.
Imagine a team of builders with no sense of anything, right? And just a load of excuses whenever something didn't work right. They'd have like an excuse to get away from it. It was, well, that's because of this.
Just go and get the do the maths on that, will you, John?
Like, I'm pretty sure, right? Like, aren't doors normally like that's? Like, well, yeah, he worked it out for the vertical over there.
Yeah. Plumb bob's on parallel, mate.
It's vertical in Southampton.
Also, with the shortest attention span ever.
Might have got me scale wrong on that curve. It's a secant, isn't it? Right. I think it's half past one. We might go live over the weekend. Who knows? Probably not, though. You never know. I've got Fool's rebuttal. Just as Math was going to come in and I was just about to click it. And he didn't, so. Listen to Math and Buster talk about his horizontal. Join us on Monday. One hell of a week again. 3 weeks in. Look at the state that they're in. Who knows what's going to happen next week. Thanks for watching, joining us. Come on in. Join us over the weekend.
I totally botched this one up, but let's give it a go. It's true level bitch, but acoustic. So, I gotta change a couple things. There might be a little bit of fan in the background, but this is good. I didn't realize this. Just found it out. All right. Check this out.
We are in a war that's in the mind for all to face. Choices will be made. You can choose to let your mind be free. You might think that you're right. Everybody knows that you're wrong. There are things in this world that are objectively true, but in the end you'll find we're all looking for the truth. We will watch it die. We will watch it all come tumbling down. We're tired of the lies. We're tired of the obfuscation now. You might think that you're right. Everybody knows that you're wrong. There are things in this world that are objectively true, but in the end you'll find we're all looking for the truth. Let these shadows win. Step into the light. We will not let these shadows win. Step into the light. You might think that you're right. Everybody knows that you're wrong. There are things in this world that are objectively true, but in the end you'll find we're all looking for the truth. And we will watch it burn. We will watch it all come tumbling down. But from the ashes come something that is pure for all to see. You might think that you're right. Everybody knows that you're wrong. There are things in this world that are objectively true, but in the end you find, in the end you find, yes, in the end you find we're all looking for the truth.